Hello, everybody. Oh, no. All right, sorry, chat. I'm getting everything up and running. We're tying right into this.
To a minimum security facility. No one can explain why. Miraculously, the leaks to the Wall Street Journal stopped. We come back from break. We have the Massey discharge petition. Republicans drop a rule, a non-binding resolution trying to kill the Massey discharge petition. The White House says passing the Massey discharge petition is a hostile act. Trying to stop the necessary 218 signatures, according to Republican members that signed.
So for those who don't know, PAM BONDI, DOJ head, is currently in the midst of a House Oversight Committee hearing. And I've been listening as I've been editing and doing work for the last 2 to 3 hours. 2-ish hours. As people continue to put the screws to her, this is a more embarrassing display. Thus far, what I've seen has been a more embarrassing display than anything I've seen coming out of Kash Patel. And that is no small feat. Yeah, so we will go through this as she continues to melt down.
The White House brought them into the Situation Room, the place where the president goes for time of war, promising things like appropriations or maybe even to primary them. People in the room say you were there. It didn't work. We get the 218 signatures. We eventually passed the Massey petition. You guys didn't release the files. You were forced by Congress, every member of the House except one, and the entire Senate. The reason the president signed it is because it was a veto-proof majority. We can't agree on anything, and yet the entire House but one member and the whole Senate forced the administration to release the files. Kash Patel under oath said to Senator Kennedy, the FBI is not in possession of any credible evidence that Epstein trafficked girls to anyone but himself. We know now that's not true. According to documents, Epstein had a worldwide sex trafficking ring. Girls from Poland, Czechoslovakia, Russia, Paris, modeling agencies sending him girls. He even had a relationship with a summer camp where he groomed girls at a picnic table. Ghislaine Maxwell says 29 Epstein associates cut secret DOJ deals. Turns out there is a list. 6 names readily available if you unredact them. Co-conspirators named, but we got them when you unredact them. Maxwell recently tells a House Oversight Committee that she wants clemency to release more names. Kash Patel under oath said Trump's name appears less than 100 times in the files. We now know that's not true. Trump's name appears more times in the Epstein files than God's name appears in the book about God. Okay, by the way, this is the Trump Bible. Move over, King James. Trump's name also appears more times in the Epstein file than Harry Potter's name appears in the 7 books about Harry Potter. Lutnick says that in 2008 he went to Epstein's home. Says he had
There's
a massage
just so much look, some of the libs today have been doing. I want to say, big volume step. All right, I'll turn it up a little bit. I was recording, so I had to fiddle with it a little bit. I will say some of them have done a good job, but this some of the shit is so fucking liberal. I can't even. It's like more times than Harry Potter. Like that's the point of reference we're going with. Really, right now. That's why, as we're talking about Epstein, I can't fucking believe.
Living room.
But yes, no, Pam has definitely fucking lied under oath and been caught with it.
He and his wife decide to leave and say they'll never be in a room with him again. Howard then says, I'm sure the...
Yeah, no, it's giving like a liberal looking at the Epstein files. Wow, this is just like Harry Potter.
Epstein stuff is all on video. He was the greatest blackmailer of all time. Well, how would Howard know that? But now the files are public, and in 2012, we found out that he and his family are on Epstein Island after Epstein pled guilty to state charges. I'm from Florida. I take my family to Disney World, not to Epstein Island. There are documents in the files that dispute the president's claim that he kicked Epstein out of his club. Allegedly, the president said that he asked Epstein to leave. Supported now, that's disputed, though, statements from the manager of the club. Now, Madam Attorney General, I have like 25 seconds left. So because I'm curious, and I'd like to see, flip to the Jared Moskowitz section of the binder. I'm interested to see what staff provided on the oppo on me, and because we're in the Olympics, I'm going to give it a grade. I just want to see how good it is. So give me your best one.
So first of all, nothing is funny about mocking the Bible and holding up a
Oh my
Bible.
fucking God. I can't. Oh, sorry. If there was ever a woman who the phrase "see you next Tuesday" was invented for, it's her. At every turn, I need, if you are curious, this is how she is every time. Every time somebody tries to hold her feet to the fire and ask her incredibly direct questions, all she does is obfuscate using literally whatever is closest to her. Like earlier, she chided somebody for voting on some referendum on anti-Semitism after being asked about why her DOJ did not properly redact or unredact names in the files. Like she just, Anyway, yeah.
You did.
That's the
You
best.
made a joke, and I find
No,
offense
I want
to
it-
that.
but
That's all I
I
have
find
to say.
you
I want
find
it from
that
the Bernberg
offensive.
game.
You
I want it from the
fucking.
Bernberg, which is the best one. What you got?
Has expired. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you. Are not assisting ICE in dealing with crimes that are going on up there. In other words, ICE is left to its own devices. When I talk to my local sheriffs, they tell me that whenever a federal agency is engaged in work in Wisconsin, they always make themselves available in case that federal agency needs
Hey,
assistance.
Demon Fox Akira, between her and Loomer, who's
This
worse?
could be something like ICE under DEI. It
Like
could
probably
be
her because she has
drug
as much as it
enforcement.
matters and as
It
much
could
as
be
these people
ATF.
do
It
anything,
could be
but she has
FBI.
actual power.
It could be Secret
Like
Service. It
Loomer
could be the US
just
Marshal.
can
Nobody that I have been able to
sit
find,
and spin,
any sheriff
but,
in the
like-
state of Wisconsin, is aware of any circumstances in which they did not make themselves available to federal law enforcement, either if they need somebody extra to do surveillance, to just park a marked car outside
See, this is
the area,
unfortunate
to assist in
because this is a moment.
apprehension of a
Sometimes
criminal, if they need
the person
assistance
can be
with,
what's wrong with a fit,
assistance with an
and
additional
otherwise a fit can go
SWAT
kind of
team,
hard.
if they need to
This is
transport
that problem.
somebody, local law
You got what looks
enforcement is
like
always
a
there.
failed clone
Now,
of
you
Dennis
are not in
Prager.
charge of ICE, but
What
you're
they
in
done
charge
put
of
a Lego
several other
hairpiece
agencies.
on
Have you ever heard of anything
in
like
this suit
what's
that's
going
actually
on in
not that bad.
Minnesota, where
Like I
the,
fuck with the crimson with the tan.
the governor
I think we could,
or the
you know,
local
mix up the
mayor
vest a little bit,
refuses to give assistance
make it pop more. But
to
like,
federal law enforcement?
you know, I would say maybe do
I have
something
in
with the
Portland
gray and the
some
white.
other
But like,
cities,
Jesus,
where they weren't cooperating. But as I
Lego
said, I spent
used
about
car
4
salesman
days-
ass
I
look,
did
yeah.
spend 4 days in Minnesota, and I believe many of the local law enforcement wish they could work with us to make their city safe.
Okay.
Oh, and again, the other thing you're going to notice here, because everything has to be team sports and because all of these people have to suckle at the teat of Trump, there's an image for you. Every time this ping pongs back to a conservative or a Republican, most of the times, they will just give her the most softball bat patting about how great ICE is doing and how safe our American streets are and all this other astroturfed bullshit.
Now, we'll switch to something.
If the vest was a
First, I'd like
solid
to
white,
thank you
yeah,
for doing
maybe
this
maybe
today.
switch
You're
the vest to a
obviously
solid
very
white,
bright, obviously very confident.
and
Somehow,
you know,
you
switch up the tie a little bit into
tolerate fools
something.
gladly, so I appreciate that trait.
something with like a red-black
you suffer from
pattern
scarlet.
going on. That could be.
In hearings like this,
I used to have when I used to work at Macy's. I had these. I fucking loved them.
Today,
They
I'd
were.
like to give you an opportunity
I
to
looked kind of
discuss
Jackson
actions
Pollocky,
implemented
but they were
under
like
the
these
Biden
nice silk
administration's
ties that I got on
Department of
clearance because
Justice, such as
they
the
would get a
Foreign
shit ton of them in
Influence Task
for
Force
Christmas,
that you have
and then a
since
ton of them
terminated.
wouldn't sell
You know,
because they
it's
got too
rare
much,
to
so I'd
see,
be able to get them cheap.
anything in the
But those are
government
my
terminated.
like go-to
Could you
ties.
elaborate on those decisions and highlight the accomplishments of your tenure at Justice?
Thank you for asking that. We are.
Yeah, Canadian Goose. What do you got? Because if you are talking about the
Thank you.
shooting, yes,
The
I will.
Biden
I will cover
administration
that.
weaponized the Foreign Corruption Practices Act. And on February 10th,
Oh, and
President
of course,
Trump
just
issued
like
an
with Cash
executive
Patel,
order
it's all
pausing
back to
that for
Biden, Biden.
DOJ review.
They are so in lockstep on this.
Under
They have to be
Deputy
getting
Attorney General
like talking
Blanche's
points.
supervision, a comprehensive
Demon Fox
review
Care, thank you for another
was
two.
led,
Love your channel. You make this
the
BS bearable.
department issued new
I try.
guidelines protecting
I
all
try.
Americans and protecting against the weaponization that happened under the Biden administration.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bondi, I went over to the department yesterday for a couple of hours to review some of the unredacted materials. And I am looking forward to your detailed explanation for why you have withheld almost half of the documents, which is required by the bill. Now, obviously, there are 3 million documents, so I didn't get through much. But one thing I didn't see was the client list that you said you had on your desk a year ago. I did, however, find a couple of important documents. An 86-page prosecution memo from the Southern District of New York and a draft indictment
the shooting
from
in Canada,
Florida
yeah.
against Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirators.
We'll listen. Wait
reasons
for the
that
next
I
conservative thing
cannot
because
understand, nor
well,
are
we're going to
permitted
talk
by
about
the
it. I've
bill,
compiled some stuff.
They were still redacted.
The shooting in Canada is. I honestly don't know what to make of it because I have never seen from what's coming out, because a lot of it hasn't been properly verified and vetted, and it is currently spreading through the right-wing information sphere. So the right wing have their argument that will never be changed or challenged by actual facts. We know this about how they interact with school shootings, and especially those done by people who might be trans. That said, everything I've seen about this person makes them, I don't use this term lightly, but it feels like a fucking psyop because it is so ridiculously stereotypical of literally a checkmark bullet point list of everything they fearmonger about with trans people. Yeah, we'll get to it. It's a weird story.
Even for members of Congress.
And absolutely
Ms. Bondi,
fucking
will you
horrifying. One of
commit
the it was one of those things reading the headlines on it. There was I think it was Reuters, that the headline was like rare massacre stuns Canada or something. It had something referencing the rarity of school shootings in Canada, and I was just like, what a fucking a horrendous, like, what a horrendous way to frame that. Like being American and being like, oh damn, wow, y'all had one up there. Like it's so fucking sick. Like 10 people were fucking murdered, and I am heartbroken. Like, of course, I'm fucking heartbroken for everybody involved. Anyway.
Right here to immediately providing those two documents in unredacted form to members of Congress.
Let me catch up a little bit now. Oh, thank you very much,
not a complicated
Technitor.
question.
His
Oh,
coping
well,
needs.
I guess it is for you because you have a law degree and those are privileged.
Okay, they're not privileged, but we will discuss that later. I also found an email that I have right here from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell that was unredacted. And it included notes of statements that Donald Trump made about his prior relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, there is no reason for this to be hidden from the American
Carl
people.
PH, who's
There
going
is
to be
no
first to be
privilege.
thrown fully under the bus? I think Bondi, absolutely. Bondi is A, a woman in a conservative movement. B, has already had the most negative press out there. Like her and Cash Patel are pretty neck and neck, but like this is just an embarrassing spectacle.
There is no attorney-client privilege, and I see you're checking with your staff, and I can assure you, staff, this is not under attorney-client privilege because it was sent from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell. Will you commit to publicly providing the unredacted version of this so that the American people can understand the extent of Donald Trump's lies about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein.
You're about as good of a lawyer today as you were when you tried to impeach President Trump in 2016. Have you apologized for that in 2019?
So will you unredact this? Will you
were
unredact
lead
this?
counsel on.
What did I say? Just straight up not addressing it, running out the time. I can't. Oh,
Privilege.
I'm asking you.
she should be in fucking jail for this. Like, honestly, if you believe that you are supposed to hold people accountable, this behavior is straight up unfucking acceptable. The reason that they can do this is because they're getting away with it. Like, they need to be censured. They need to have trials for how they act in these hearings.
Will you unredact this?
Privileged.
Privileged, of course.
Like,
I look
no, it
forward
won't
to
be. It won't
discussing
be
this more.
contempt because it's Jim Jordan running the whole thing. And every time it cuts back to that jackass smiling pedophile defender, he waves his hand. Like, Jim Jordan won't do shit.
Now, these are obviously improper redactions.
And let me stop for a minute.
Yes, Carnell. I will try and get to that today. If not, I need to figure out that. But yeah, I will get to it.
Talking.
No.
I'm
if they're
talking.
not privileged,
Quiet.
Don't
I'll be
yell at
right
me.
back.
If they're
Mr.
not
Mr. Chairman, would you stop the
Even though
clock?
you
This is
use
on your
that.
time. It's not on Mr.
If they're
Gomes.
not
Even though you
privileged,
used your
if we review
improper
them and they're not-
redactions
You'll like my answer.
to
If we
continue
review
to
them and they're not
protect
privileged,
Donald
Time belongs to
we
the
will be
member.
happy to release them.
We'll
after
stop the
review.
clock. We'll stop the clock. Time belongs to the member. Go ahead.
Even though you used improper redactions to protect Donald Trump and other predators associated with Jeffrey Epstein, you did the exact opposite thing with the survivors and victims of this scheme. So their identification information was really the only thing required to be redacted, and it was not. And it's clear this was not a mistake. This was not by accident. This was not because you only had 30 days when you really used 75, and that doesn't even include all the hours last March that you were redacting it. But I'll tell you why it's clear it wasn't a mistake. There is an email entitled Epstein Victim List. There are 32 names. 1 is redacted. 31 are not. So someone looked at it and decided to redact something. And I will tell you that that is clearly intentional to intimidate these survivors and victims. Now, in an interview last week...
How will you tell me that's intentional?
In an interview last week, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche
You can't go off script.
said that any victim that wants to speak with the department has done so, hopefully. Well, thanks to the incredibly brave people sitting here behind you, we can actually ask them.
I will say I am also appreciative of the explicit terms they're using. This is shit that Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and Dem leadership have for so long been hesitant to call them what they are, to call them fucking predators. And seeing that verbiage used and pushed forward, it's because we need to underline it. That needs to be a part of Trump's headstone. The legacy that these people have crafted for themselves is one of predation and abuse. And that should never be let out of their sight. It needs to follow them like a shadow.
If that's true. Now, with the survivors and victims who are here, please stand up one more time. Just by show of hands, how many of you or your loved ones actually have met with the Department of Justice and provided testimony and estimate and evidence? None. And of those of you
So for those who
have not
don't
met,
know,
which is
because it
every-
doesn't show the camera, they have Epstein survivors in the chamber right there. And Pam Bondi has yet to even look at them or acknowledge them.
how many of you have reached out either individually or through a lawyer or representative to offer to provide testimony and evidence? All of them. And of those of you, all of you, who have reached out, how many of you were denied or ignored by the Department of Justice? All of them. And despite the shameful and despicable efforts by Ms. Bondi and her department to intimidate you, how many of you are still willing to speak to the Department of Justice? All of them. Well, Ms. Bondi, it looks like you have some more witnesses
Gentleman's
to
time has
talk to,
expired.
and I yield back.
We will go to the good gentleman from North Carolina, Congressman Knott.
May I have a moment, Congressman?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Here we go. Here's the photograph. This is why he wanted to repeat everything that had been said previously on Epstein. This is his state, New York. You probably don't even know who this is. Wahid Mohammed from Afghanistan.
Yes, because I'm no longer a prosecutor.
Convicted of assault. Wow, he represents New York. Wow, yet he doesn't care about the...
You, bitch, you obviously just read the dude's name from the back of the... What are you talking about? Wow, you don't know who this is. What?
illegal aliens convicted of crimes. Assault and homicide. No longer a prosecutor, so he doesn't care about his constituents.
That's what
Here
the
we go.
fuck?
Arson. El Salvador.
This performative fucking bullshit where they nitpick the point whatever percent of people they abducted with ICE who actually had criminal convictions to sidestep accountability for Epstein. Your boss fucked children, you wretched bitch.
Salvador, Miguel Palacios. Fermin Flores Ramales, Mexico, rape.
Let's talk about the 70% of immigrants who are detained without a criminal conviction or arrest.
Stop the clock.
That's
Stop
what
the
I'm
clock.
talking about. That's
Time
what's
belongs to
up.
Congressman Knott. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Attorney General, I want to be sure that the American people understand exactly what we're referring to when we talk about sanctuary policies. They are often framed in sort of innocuous terms like, we refuse to take part in immigration law. And when you add up all of the population represented by these cowardly politicians in sanctuary jurisdictions, whether it's a county, city, or state,
OMG,
sanctuary jurisdictions account for roughly 40%
Yeah, no,
of
that's
the United
all
States.
she does.
Now, in reality, it's much more than just a passive exercise. Is that not correct?
Yes.
It's unbelievably active. And in terms of breaking down these terms, I want to break it down as clearly a term as I can. What is a federal detainer for the American people? Please describe it.
A federal detainer is when someone is held in federal custody.
Yes. And when a federal detainer is issued to local law enforcement, they are obviously in local or state custody, correct?
Yes.
And federal officers take note of that apprehension, and they say, we want to come and apprehend him or her to deport them. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And in these sanctuary jurisdictions, whether it's California, Illinois, New York, or other places, even in North Carolina, there are sanctuary jurisdictions. That federal detainer often prompts not any cooperation, not any assistance, but a release onto the streets. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, and Congressman, a federal detainer is federal law
Yes.
that people must abide by, yet these jurisdictions, many of these jurisdictions are not abiding by that.
And we hear a lot of talk from the other side about victims of violent crimes, sex crimes, murders, whatever it may be. But I want to be very clear. Illegal aliens who have been arrested for committing some of the most heinous crimes, they have been released by sanctuary cities, by sanctuary states, rather than being turned over to the federal government for deportation. Isn't that correct?
It is, and it's sad for all Americans that any jurisdiction would do that. These are some of the most violent criminals I think we've all seen.
Yes. And despite their best efforts to obstruct you and the president in making us all safer, I just want to go through a quick list again of the accomplishments that you have been in part responsible for achieving. True or false, the country now has the lowest murder rate in 125 years.
Yes.
True or false, 62 major cities are now reporting rapid decline in murder rates.
Yes.
True or false, robberies are down nearly 20% over the last year.
Yes.
True or false, violent crime is down almost 15% over the past year.
Yes.
True or false, right here in Washington, D.C., violent crime is down almost 30% since President Trump took office.
Yes, and the number may be even better than that, but yes.
Good.
Yes.
True or false, the DEA has seized over 200,000 kilograms of cocaine since President Trump took office.
I believe so, and 78,500 kilos of meth and more than 260,000 kilos of cocaine.
Unbelievable.
That's lives saved every
Unbelievable.
day for all of us, for
Absolutely.
families, for
Well,
children.
that's unbelievable.
And then true or false, the
Yeah,
Department
no,
of
it is
Justice under your
unfucking
leadership has a
believable. This
92%
goddamn-
success rate at the Supreme Court,
I believe so.
or ballpark.
Ballpark.
And then true or false, this administration is attacking the waste, fraud, and abuse that we have seen in places like Minnesota that is removing billions of hard-earned tax dollars from this country.
Absolutely, and President Trump is committed to doing that in every city in this country.
And Madam Attorney General, just to be very brief here, I want to be sure that you know that many on this committee made very serious efforts to try to amend the Epstein petition, to give you the resources and the time to protect victims, to go through and to have the necessary runway to thoroughly go through that file. Unfortunately, those requests were met with refusal, and we were unable to make the necessary amendments. But thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
The good gentleman yields back. We turn to the good lady from California, Congresswoman Kamlager-Dove.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Attorney General, for being here today. I want to talk with you about an issue on which there is broad bipartisan agreement, the importance of ensuring trust between the American public and those government officials who wield powerful law enforcement responsibilities. So, Attorney General, would you agree that it is important for law enforcement leaders to be honest?
Of course, as well as members of
Great,
Congress.
thank you. And would you include yourself as a law enforcement leader?
Of course.
Okay, thank you, thank you. You know, President Trump has also, he has referred to himself as the chief law enforcement officer of this country. So do you believe that President Trump is honest?
He is the commander-in-chief of the United States of America, and
that
not only
President
is he
Trump
keeping
honest?
this country safe,
Do you
he
believe
is keeping this
honest?
world
It's
safe.
a simple question,
Of
which
course
you didn't
I do.
answer.
He is
okay,
the
thank you.
commander-in-chief.
Last June, Minnesota lawmaker Melissa Hortman, her husband Mark, and their dog were brutally murdered in their home. And your USA's office in Minnesota investigated this crime and obtained a 6-count indictment of the murder suspect, stating that he had intent to kill, injury, harass, and intimidate Minnesota legislators. And I have the copy right here. I read through it. Yet a few weeks ago, President Trump suggested publicly that Minnesota Governor Tim Walz was behind these murders, posting on his Truth Social account a video raising this conspiracy theory. And it wasn't true. And you know it wasn't true, or else you would not have brought an indictment against the subject. Do you know what else Trump has said? He has said he has cut gas prices by 1,400%. False. That he won the 2020 election.
Actually, gas is down to $1.99 a gallon, thanks to
that
President
he didn't
Trump.
know Epstein.
Maybe $5
False.
in California.
It's my time, Mr. Chair. That he sent water
And
to
the chair,
LA during the wildfires. False. That Governor Westmore of Maryland called him the greatest president of his lifetime. False. So many tales, too many to keep up. But I want to go back to what he said about Tim Walz. Do you agree that President Trump undermined public trust in law enforcement by suggesting that Governor Walz was involved in the Hortman murders?
I am not familiar with that statement.
Well, that is a disappointing response, and it is also why your office and Donald Trump have zero credibility, because I know, and you know, it was a right-wing extremist who murdered the Hortmans. And you and the president are being dishonest with the American people. Last fall, after the horrific shooting of Charlie Kirk, President Trump was asked if there were extremists on both the left and the right. And his exact words were, "I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. The radicals on the left are the problem, and they're vicious, and they're horrible, and they're politically savvy." Do you agree with this statement? You're taking too long, Madam Attorney General. But you know the answer, because your own department has addressed the question. In 24, the DOJ's research arm issued a report on domestic terrorism, stating that the far number of far-right attacks continues to outpace all other
looking
types
into the
of
distance,
terrorism and domestic
looking down at other
violence
shit,
extremists.
ignoring
the DOJ
this.
published their report, and after the president made those comments, the DOJ took
this.
the
I
report
can't
down.
fucking believe
And
this.
I sent
This
you
is
a letter asking you
indefensible.
a simple question. Why did the Justice Department remove the data that shows right-wing extremists have killed more innocent people than left-wing extremists?
Did you refer to immigration enforcement as domestic terrorism?
You should answer my
answer's
question.
yes.
You're on my time, but you won't. And what I am asking you to do is put the report back. Restore the data. Stop scrubbing important data from your website. Stop taking down reports that you know the American people need to know about. There are violent, dangerous people out here with real threats, and the dishonesty from your agency comes from the covering up of these threats that could hurt American people and put our lives at rest. Do better. And with that, I yield back, Mr.
The lady yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
May I have one moment?
You may.
Her district includes Culver City, and she's not talking about any crime in her districts, nothing about helping crime in her district. She's not even worth getting into the details.
Well, thank you, Madam Attorney General, and we are grateful to have you here today. And let me just say that you've shown great perseverance today, and I think you're coming to the last lap here of those of us that are left. But I applaud your strength, and I applaud your resolve.
Perseverance, you fucking...
Madam Attorney General is a pastor for over 37 years now.
Yep, that explains it. That explains it. Told me everything you need to tell me. As a pastor for over 30 years, I would like to continue helping you cover up the abuse of children. Of course you would.
Now, I take serious issue with any attempts by agitators to disrupt church services or activities.
Oh, okay, yeah, you know what? Let's get down to what's really, you're right, buddy. You're right, Mr. Harris. Let's get down to what's really important here. How Christians feel. Let's really get down to it. How are the Christians feeling right now? Yep, you got it. Just finger on the pulse, bucko.
At houses of worship. And I just want to take a moment to clarify some things. I realize you can't talk about pending cases per se, but I do want to ask some very general questions for clarification. Does the DOJ consider unauthorized entry into a house of worship to be protected activity under the First Amendment when undertaken by a member of the press?
Unauthorized with the intent of disrupting, yes.
Okay.
Even if it's a blogger like Don Lemon.
She's so fucking
How
dumb.
does the
She's so
DOJ
fucking
distinguish
stupid.
between news
Oh my
gathering
God,
activity
dude.
and expressive or
She
protest
forgot
conduct
to
when a press
press
defense
the
is
button.
asserted?
Congressman, I met with the pastor of that church, and what happened there was horrific.
I wouldn't doubt it. You met with the pastor of that church. One of those pastors, by the way, who worked at that church, went off to fucking Idaho to form basically a white nationalist separatist church. Who used to work at the church that Don Lemon and everybody. So I'm sure you did it. Really quick, I'm gonna read some super chats. Thank you very much, Adam. These people aren't seeing the pearly gates, and oh no, if there's a hell, they're seeing it. Kareem Harper, thank you for $10. What malarkey? Those are trends that started before Trump took office. Crime is at all-time record lows and has been over the 6 years. Trump and Bondi. Oh yeah, no, they don't have anything to do with it. Like, it has been trending. There's been so many stories and reports and graphs and like studies. It has been trending downward for decades. It just has. The idea that they are uniquely responsible because they have their fucking Gestapo jackboot thugs walking through the streets is ridiculous. It's absolutely not true.
Of course, the press is welcome, and I would hope all houses of worship, whether it's a synagogue, whether it's a church, any house of worship. However, what happened here is a pending case again, but within the four corners of the indictment, they were, quote, gearing up for a resistance. They entered a house of worship, and I think the video speaks for itself. What happened in there, what the video doesn't show, is there were approximately 400 parishioners in there on a Sunday morning, families, grandparents with canes, children upstairs in Sunday school their parents were blocked from getting to them once this resistance took place, and they had named it Operation Pull-Up. It was heartbreaking for those families. They were terrified. I think they've all said that.
I'm sure. Fucking watch.
Like that
I
should
can't
happen in this country, and under my watch, it won't.
Thank you. And just to clarify,
it literally did.
Accosting members of a congregation,
it literally happened
and
on your.
Creating a scene marked by intimidation and threat inside a house of worship would not be protected First Amendment activity. Correct?
Absolutely not. And a grand jury has indicted individuals over that.
Thank you. One other question, just shifting a little bit. You know, my home state of North Carolina has been making national headlines at times,
Oh, no,
particularly in the city of Charlotte.
The performative outrage
for our
is
governor
all she has.
to
We're going to go back and
the
watch some of the
National
other
Guard.
ones
Our Fraternal
in a
Order
bit
of
here.
Police had pointed out that we were about 270 local cops below what we needed in order to adequately police the city, and yet the governor's declined to offer to partner with the federal government to bring in reinforcements to Charlotte. I want to give you just a few moments, really the balance of my time, to explain the impact that Memphis Safe Task Force has had on crime and safety in Memphis, because I know there was a place we saw that cooperation has
She has
tended
an
to
evil
breed
stepmom
great
personality.
results, and
Oh,
I would love to hear a
absolutely.
little more about that.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And I have numbers for you, too. Well, and we're all right here in D.C. We're all living right here in D.C., and I think we've seen the remarkable impact that it has working with members of the Democrat Party on this, with law enforcement, with the mayor.
Girl,
with the
don't
police
forget your
chief,
knee pads
doing
when you're
everything
getting down
we
there
can to make
suck
D.C.
on
safe.
dear leader.
As of February 9th, there were nearly 10,000 arrests. This is D.C. 1,000 illegal guns seized since the operation began, with carjackings down 81% from this time last year, and violent crime down 42%. D.C. is safer because of it. We know we had a National Guardsman shot, and we had a beautiful young woman killed. I went to her funeral, and I keep in touch with the National Guardsman who was shot, his parents. He's doing great. He's a miracle. Please continue to pray for him. I know my time is up, but same results I spoke about earlier in Memphis, and we're still working on that with the help of Make Memphis Safe Again.
Well, again, I think it just draws an incredible contrast between what we've seen happening in Minneapolis versus what we've seen happen in D.C., what we saw happen in Memphis, and what I would love to see in some ways, if we could ever get our governor to work with us in North Carolina, to happen in Charlotte. But with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I seek unanimous consent to introduce into the record the research that Representative Kamlager-Dove and I referenced concerning the threat of right-wing domestic terrorism, which the Department of Justice scrubbed from its website in September.
Without objection, the gentlelady from
Thank
Texas
you.
is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And to be clear, I'm not going to ask any questions of this witness because this witness has revealed that she has no intentions of answering questions. But instead, I'm going to ask some very basic questions really quickly of my colleague, Becca Ballant, if she will answer right or wrong, raping children.
Go.
Right or wrong, killing random citizens. Definitely wrong. Right or wrong, enriching yourself as the sitting president of the United States?
Definitely wrong.
Okay, thank you, because I probably never would have got that with our witness. Our witness who somehow is a lawyer but does not understand how it works with witnesses. I'm not really sure what law school she...
I mean, look, Jasmine Crockett is cringe. Those fucking videos she's been putting out are cringe. I'm not throwing full support behind Jasmine Crockett here, but this is the attitude I like to see. Come the fuck out swinging. Represent your people, the people who elect you to be here, because they are fucking tired of this shit.
Went to and what all kind of cases she tried. But typically when you come into a space and somebody's a witness, then they sit there and they answer questions instead of asking questions. And then we also have this objection that we use as lawyers called non-responsive when a witness fails to actually answer the question. But nevertheless, let me address the survivors, because that's exactly who they are. They are not victims, they are survivors. Let me say thank you for having more courage and moral clarity in your pinky fingers than the entire Department of Justice. We are currently the laughing stock of the world, partially because of the failed leadership within the DOJ, as we see kings and queens falling everywhere around the world. But we don't know the basics of right and wrong in this country, because it's not about partisanship. And that's why I applaud Thomas Massie, because he's the only person on the Republican side that has a backbone and knows how to stand up to corruption. But nevertheless, let me keep going. My Democratic colleagues have been attacked this entire committee hearing. They have been lied on. And frankly, the American people weren't looking for that. They were looking for answers about the corruption that they see coming from this administration. In the written testimony of this witness, of this particular witness, she stated that when she took office, she had two main goals. The first was to end the weaponization of justice, and second, to return the department to its core mission. Not only have you lied about both, you've intentionally done the exact opposite. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting journalists than you are prosecuting pedophiles and creeps. In fact, your boss, the President of the United States, stated that this administration, quote, took the freedom of speech away. And at your direction, DOJ has arrested Don Lemon and Georgia Fort. And I might add that y'all actually had a judge that rejected y'all for trying to arrest Don Lemon before, just like the grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Kelly, just like a grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Slotkin, just like the case against Tish James was dismissed and the case against Mr. Comey was dismissed. I completely don't get how it is that you're sitting at the top of DOJ, because you don't seem to be good at your job. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting these journalists. In fact, we know after Georgia Fort and Don Lemon were arrested, we know that there were homes of journalists that were raided. We know that threatened prosecution against students protesting your actions and forced tech companies to remove apps used to track ISIS activities. But let's circle back to you protecting pedophiles and creeps, because I want to talk about the president and his possible involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I don't know what the president might have done with Jeffrey Epstein, but unlike this administration, I believe that facts matter. So let's talk about the facts. Fact number one, Donald Trump is one of the most named people in the Epstein files. At least 5,000 files contains more than 38,000 references to Trump, his wife, or Mar-a-Lago. Fact number two, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell made young girls available to Trump on multiple occasions. For example, according to this file, Ghislaine Maxwell presented a young girl to President Trump who spent more than 20 minutes apparently flirting with her. Here's another example. This shows notes from FBI investigators that describe Jeffrey Epstein transporting a victim to Mar-a-Lago to meet with President Trump, where he bragged to Trump that, quote, this is a good one. Now, I'm not saying that the president is a pedophile, but there is a lot of evidence in these files that suggests that he's very close friends with a lot of men who are pedophiles. What's crazy about all of this is just that
I would call
this is a big cover-up.
Yeah, sure.
And this administration is engaged in it. In fact, this administration is complicit. But there are numerous others, like how the DOJ is attempting to obstruct justice in the investigation of the rogue agents who have murdered American citizens, or how the DOJ seized voter data from Fulton County in an attempt to steal the 2026 midterm elections, or how federal agents have Tom Homan on tape accepting a bribe and your agency killed the investigation, or how your agency is ready to give the president a $230 million payday, which is unconstitutional. The Constitution is clear. The president shall not receive any payment except his salary while in office. The fact of the matter is that you will be remembered as one of the worst attorney generals in history, an attorney general who has prioritized obstruction over justice, corruption over the law, fealty to the president over loyalty to the Constitution. And Mr. Chairman, I will yield.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized. Excuse me, gentleman from Kansas, the Attorney General, former Attorney General, Mr. Schmidt is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and General Bondi, thanks for being here. Did you have anything you wanted to say before we talk?
I do. Thank you, Congressman. Thank you, my friend, for many years. I find it interesting that she didn't even want to try, Congresswoman Crockett, to ask any questions, because she certainly did not condemn her leader, Hakeem Jeffries, for taking money from Jeffrey Epstein after Epstein was convicted. And I will be brief to give you your time, Congressman. This is what she didn't want to talk about. Texas, from Cuba, convicted, homicide, arson, weapon offense.
Convicted.
You know,
So what we
Estrada.
talking about? Convict
That's
some
it.
of these
Convicted.
perpetrators that
Homicide.
rape these women that are sitting
Time
behind you
time
that
belongs
you
to the
refuse
gentleman
to even
from
acknowledge
Kansas.
they are here.
Time belongs to the
Texas.
gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Chairman, could I have a few seconds back
bet,
to make
you
up for
bet.
the yelling? Thank you.
Oh,
General,
fuck
did you have
you.
anything further
Fuck
to say?
you. I can't.
Texas, convicted of homicide. Cecil Joseph from Dominican Republic.
I don't give a shit. I
Texas,
don't.
convicted for kidnapping, rape. Khalid Khan from
Oh yeah. Sorry, Jake GB. Thank you for $5. Wasn't the man who shot those National Guard troops a CIA asset? Yes. Yep. Yes. No. The way that is another thing they have consistently reframed throughout this entire video or throughout this entire stream has been how it was all they said was it's an Afghan immigrant, which is so wildly disingenuous to somebody who is essentially a trained CIA killer that we have years and decades of documentation on, by the way. Fucking wild shit.
Afghanistan. That's why they want to talk about Epstein and not what's happening in their own states.
Thank you, General, and thank you for being here. And this has been quite a spectacle to observe today. I think it's sad. I ran for Congress because I thought we had serious problems in this country. We wanted to try to fix together.
Off.
This performance
Fuck you.
today, not yours, General, but some of my colleagues, has not shored up my confidence that we are up to the task. You and I served together for 8 years when you were Attorney General of Florida, and I in Kansas. You served professionally. I'm glad to be able to serve with you in these new roles, and I'm glad you're there, both generally and today. Part of the reason I ran for Congress is because in my former role, I saw in the real world, in my state, the consequences of failed U.S. immigration and border security policy. And I'll spare you the lengthy recitation, but let me give you the short version. I sit here and think about a fellow who was running, I believe it was drugs for the cartels, and shot a police officer in Oklahoma, drove across the border into my state, kidnapped an old man, and then invaded a house and shot at cops before we ultimately neutralized him. He's in prison now for, I believe, the rest of his life. I'm thinking about a drunk driver who was in our country illegally, never should have been here, and one night killed a young deputy in southern Johnson County, Kansas, who was making a traffic stop on another individual. Drunk driver ran into him, never should have been here, shouldn't have happened. Thinking about a guy who was deported repeatedly, came back and ultimately murdered, I believe it was 4 people in Kansas City, Kansas, and then fled to Missouri and killed a 5th guy. He died in prison. I'm thinking about a guy we prosecuted who wasn't supposed to be in this country, who raped a child in a little rural county up north on the Nebraska border, and we sent him to prison for, I believe, the rest of his life. Thinking about a guy who wasn't supposed to be here at all, who murdered, I think it was his wife or his domestic partner in an act of domestic violence in northwest Kansas. Thinking about another guy who was here and joined up with some
You
folks
don't
who were
care
citizens
about
and committed
any of
crimes
these
free and then
people.
thought he might get caught, so he killed one of his accomplices.
You are
And we sent him to prison for
using
the rest of his life. And that's just the ones I'm thinking
real
about sitting right
tragedy,
here.
real death.
And you know what's common in all of those? They all committed violations of my state's law. They were caught by my state's law enforcement. They were prosecuted by my state's prosecutors. They are
Then
serving time in my
prosecute
state's
the
prisons.
motherfuckers who
And
were
if and when
helping
they ever
Epstein
get
in your
out,
state.
The United States has said they need to be sent out of this country because of what they did. There's a list. You're holding up photos, General. There's a list on the Department of Homeland Security's website. It has about 280, 290 people like that.
Now, by the way, I also want you to notice, did you notice a commonality? Not all, of course, but most of the conservative men, most of the men I kind of let it slip there, the people who are basically patting her on the back over such a good job that she's doing. What a good little puppy you are for Trump, because you are. Sorry, that got my dog to perk up. Do you notice a commonality? Because there's one, or maybe let's call it a couple things that are quite noticeable. Quite.
In my state
they
of
all
Kansas.
seem
And
to
you know
have
what?
in
We haven't
common.
made headlines like Minneapolis. We haven't made headlines like Memphis. We haven't made headlines like Los Angeles. And you know why? Because our cops are professionals, and our politicians, by law, allow them to do their job and to work with federal agents for safe handoffs in order to do everything that's supposed to be done, justice under state law, and the justice of deportation on the back end. So I want to do something that's been rare here today, General. I want to ask you about public policy. Donald Trump won't be president forever. I would like to lock in some of these gains we have made in public safety. Should we be exploring the idea, for example, of beefing up 287G partnerships, or maybe replicating that so that state prosecutors can work more closely with federal prosecutors to get deportation orders as well as state convictions?
Absolutely.
In terms of sanctuary jurisdictions, when a sanctuary jurisdiction says as a matter of politics, go pound sand to the feds, we won't honor your detainer, so they release those people I'm talking about into their communities. And those people commit another crime of property or violence against citizens. Should those citizens have some type of civil redress against the jurisdiction that, as a matter of public policy, turned those people loose who created the new victims?
Yeah, and Congressman, it's risking the lives of all of the citizens of that jurisdiction.
And you've been sued a lot, or the administration has, by folks who don't like your policies.
Hundreds of times.
You've won many of those.
Yes.
Isn't it the case that the law says under Rule 65 that when you win those and there's a wrongfully entered injunction that there's supposed to be a monetary remedy for that, so there's a cost?
Yes.
And didn't the president direct you and other agency heads to start seeking bonds in those cases?
Yes.
And should we beef up the law in that area by codifying that requirement going forward?
I would love to discuss that with you.
Thank you, General. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, fucking.
Gentleman yields back.
Thank you
Well
for being
done.
here.
Some of the questions he raised, we plan on taking up in a markup in a couple weeks on the whole sanctuary jurisdiction issue. With that, I recognize the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Attorney General, for taking the time to speak with us. We certainly really appreciate it. I've got a series of questions for you that we can get through pretty quickly, I think. Can you tell me, is it true that the Biden-Harris DOJ raided President Trump's home?
They did.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ allow Jack Smith to spy on over a dozen Republican members of Congress?
Absolutely.
Oh,
Did the Biden-Harris
shit.
DOJ
Casual
seize
Cali.
the phone of a
James
sitting
Vanderbeek
Republican
died?
congressman?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ
Thank
and
you for
Jack Smith pay at
$10.
least
Thank you for $10.
$20,000 to confidential human
Jesus.
sources to provide information on President Trump?
Go watch your favorite
At least. The
reruns
Biden-Harris
of Dawson's
DOJ
Creek,
and
y'all.
FBI failed to apprehend the suspect who placed pipe bombs near the Capitol ahead of January
He couldn't have
6th.
been that old. How
The
old was he?
Biden-Harris DOJ target
couldn't have been
parents
that
as
old.
domestic terrorists.
Absolutely.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ target pro-life Catholics, going so far as
No, because this is the same shit. Is all they have is Biden, and then we're gonna repeat our made up bullshit on Trump's dubs. Like that's all this has been. Every time somebody holds them or tries to hold them to account, I need people to understand that this is what you're up against. When you are talking about, when people think, okay, hey, this Epstein accountability shit will be easy. This is what the halls of power look like right now. At every turn, they will do anything they can to avoid accountability. 48? Oh my God. From cancer. Jesus Christ. That's fucking awful. Holy shit.
to interview a priest and a choir director?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ send FBI SWAT teams to arrest pro-life advocates with no criminal histories?
Yes.
Did the Biden...
Oh, did they? Did they? You fucking bitch. You men in shoulders looking buffoon. You absolute... Oh. Law school ape they done put in a suit. I can't fucking believe these people. Again, we have progressed to this point where you can only bring these things up as a gotcha if you are willfully ignoring the exact same things that the Trump administration is doing in A, far more explicit terms, and B, that are completely unjustifiable. When the Biden DOJ was weaponized against Christians and hardworking conservatives and Republicans, it was because they had suspected ties to white nationalism, January 6th, hiding intel that they weren't supposed to have from Trump and from the administration. There were valid reasons. Now, if a 16-year-old goes on Twitter and says free Palestine, they could get a knock at the fucking door for being anti-Semitic. But at the same time, we have plenty of Nazis just walking around like that one Jake Lang motherfucker. That dude's still just out there. Like, he has only ever expressed intent to incite violence from other Nazis in Minneapolis, him and plenty of others. And guess what? He's just still walking. Meanwhile, the Gestapo is fucking raiding people's homes, tear gassing children, gassing entire families, dragging women out, probably causing all sorts of miscarriages, like with how they are treating any pregnant woman they come across, shooting civilians in the streets, and he wants to be like, well, wasn't the Biden DOJ weaponized against the poor white Christian folk of this country? And she just goes, yes, that's absolutely correct. Give me a fucking break.
Harris DOJ used the FACE Act to target pro-life advocates, while it allowed anti-life agitators to vandalize, destroy, and firebomb pregnancy resource centers and churches.
Multiple times, I believe.
Multiple times. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ ever determine who leaked the Dobbs decision?
I can't discuss that. No, under Biden-Harris.
Got it.
No.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ and FBI target whistleblowers for revealing waste, fraud, and abuse within the department to Congress?
Not to my knowledge.
Jesus Christ.
The Biden-Harris DOJ refused to say whether it coordinated with...
Really quick, I thank you very much, Amanda Joe. We'll call this a PSA. I used to work for a colorectal cancer nonprofit. CRC is the #1 cancer killer of people under 50. And if you have a family history or are over 45, get screened. Yeah, that is just generally a good idea. I need to do some screenings myself because oh shit. Wait a Segoy, congrats for 21 months. My boss just offered me taking over the business over next year. Excited and nervous as fuck. Awesome. I mean, I hope, excuse me, sorry. I hope that's exciting.
Alvin Bragg, Fannie Willis, and Letitia James in their lawfare against President Trump?
Lawfare, I can't.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ slow walk the criminal investigation and prosecution of Hunter Biden?
That's an understatement, in my opinion.
Yep. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ determine who brought cocaine into the Biden White House?
They did not.
They did not. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ cover up the extent?
As far as we know, they did not.
Right, that's right. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ cover up the extent
No, they
of the
either
Russia
did or you
collusion
didn't.
hoax?
You are the director,
Absolutely, in my opinion, yes.
of the
Did
DOJ.
the Biden-Harris DOJ, seek leniency from a federal court for an IRS contractor who leaked sensitive tax information on over 7,600 Americans, including President Trump?
Yes.
Again, do you want to fucking talk about the shit that MAGA did? Do you want to talk about what Elon Musk and Doge did? All of the sensitive documentation on countless American civilians that are probably just sitting on a Palantir server somewhere. And he wants to be like, the whataboutism is what will ultimately tear this country apart. Really. It is. Because nobody can focus on the problems here and now straight in front of us because we don't want to admit the moral failings of our own side.
Did the
On any
Biden-Harris
side.
DOJ
On any
sue
side.
Texas because the state wanted to secure its own southern border?
Yes.
And finally, did the Biden-Harris DOJ attack SpaceX for hiring too many Americans?
I believe they did.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
It is unbelievable, and I appreciate that a lot of this is being cleaned up under
like
your
her
leadership.
just going, yes,
so
unbelievable.
thank you
It's
for returning the DOJ back to its core focus, which is on the rule of law.
Which is
And I
on
think that we
covering
see the
up
results of that. I've got a
pedophile
few more
cabals.
similar questions for you. How have, over the past year since President Trump has been in office, how have murders trended in the United States?
Since President Trump has been in office, the murder rate has dropped to a historic 20% drop in the national murder rate, lowest since 1900.
20% drop in 1 year. That's incredible, isn't it?
And that's thanks to the incredible men and women of law enforcement, FBI, DEA, ATF, everyone working together to solve violent crime, along with our sheriffs, our local law enforcement.
The glazing
working
is
as a
fucking
team
crazy,
throughout
dude.
this country, and our great state and federal prosecutors.
Yep. And how have robberies trended? Have they gone, even if they've just...
Like she doesn't know any of that. That's the more we're going to get to. I have lined up a number of wonderful clips that people have been sharing across social media because for the last couple hours, she's been sitting in the hot chair. And again, this is how it's been back and forth is you will have conservatives come out, completely glaze and ignore anything having to do with Epstein. And then you'll have Democrats calling her out on her bullshit and making her look like the biggest idiot in government, which is no small feat right now. And we're going to go over those. We're going to go over those.
Robberies, all violent crime. All violent crime. Violent crime has decreased.
Can you read it?
Robberies.
Are you
murders, violent
physically
crime,
able
the
to
country
read
is
it?
more safe now, it's fair to say, would you agree, than it was a year and a half ago under Joe Biden?
Like just watching her and Kash Patel, again, I realize I just paused it, but watching them stumble and stutter through these scribbled down facts that they are given beforehand so that they can practice, so that they can go in and do one-shot, two-shot conversations with these practiced fucking representatives is so nauseating because it even in what is very clearly just a spotlight on them that will give them no criticism, they cannot help but appear to be these bumbling idiots. That is who they are at their core. There is no amount of polish, no amount of sanitizing, no amount of covering for them or trying to spruce them up or prim them that will make them look good because at their core, they are just fucking morons in service of an evil, evil person.
Absolutely. And Director Patel is working tirelessly to catch those. I'm sure you've been seeing on the most wanted list.
Exactly. Like Cassius190, thank you for $5. Anyone who feeds her softball propaganda questions to be in trial along with her and the chair for not keeping her in line. This is the problem when people talk about like what measures do we need to take? What measures does the left need to take to make sure we do not get here ever again? If there are even elections in the next 2 years, it needs to be the censuring, the deposing of literally every cog in this machine. Every single one of these people are culpable for covering up actual abuse, actual murders, pedophiles that they know they have connections to the highest levels of power, people who are sitting in the fucking White House right now. And how are they spending their time as elected representatives, paid for with your tax dollars, by running interference for these motherfuckers? Every single one needs to be held accountable in the strongest terms. It cannot just be fees and fines. They need to fear prison or worse.
He and Deputy Director Bongino from day one said, we're going to get the most wanted list. And that's what's been happening, working hand in hand with all of our agencies.
Yep. And I want to thank you for that. Thank you for the work you've been doing to refocus the DOJ again on doing your core job. We're very happy with it, and I'll yield the remainder of my time to the chairman.
I appreciate it, gentlemen. I would just say, earlier one of the Democrats said that they said, who are you, who you are? And I think you're the Attorney General who I think on the first day disbanded the FIDF, first day on the job, rescinded the memo that required spying on parents that Mr. Garland had issued, and stood up the weaponization working group. I think you did that all on day one. Not to mention, you're the first Justice Department that's put in place, as we've talked about earlier, this Deputy Attorney General for combating fraud. So we appreciate that, and of course, all the things that Mr. Gill pointed out with the crime stats that have went down. So our last questioner today, but not the least, the gentleman, I'm sorry, we're going to have two more. We got Mr. Onder and then Mr. Baumgartner. So Mr. Baumgartner, let's go that way since you're here. You're ready to go. Mr. Baumgartner, and then we'll come back to Mr. Onder.
No, you're thinking of Christy Nome was the awful hag who shot her dog.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General Bondi. You know, being a freshman on this committee, you always get a bit surprised, I guess, even 1 year into my term here, how theatrical days like this can be. But I think you've...
I hate this shit. I hate the idea of portraying any of this as theatrics. This is the same thing. I saw one of those wretched bitches who are on the Red Scare podcast being like, nobody actually cares about the Epstein files. You're just bored and want to pretend that you actually give a fuck about something. Nobody actually cares. This bullshit narrative that people like this and the entire upper liberal intelligentsia, opinion writing, WAPO, editorial, Michael Tracy-ass class are doing right now, I fucking loathe it. Because what it is showing is more than ever that these people do not have any concrete opinions or any concrete notions of what is right or wrong. That they base their entire morality around what is most expedient and what labels will help them navigate through the world. They would call themselves conservatives or Republicans if they thought it made them slightly more popular, if they thought it made them slightly more edgy, slightly more cool. They have no compunctions about how evil these motherfuckers are. They do not actually believe in accountability, which means you can just extrapolate down from there. They don't believe in stopping abuse. They don't believe in protecting women, protecting children at any level. I am so sick and tired. And look, we got a lot more of this to go through. Because this shit's just getting started. It's just kicking off, and we have new shit coming out every day. The idea that, this is just for theatrics is bullshit. When we have the most confirmed ever evidence that there is a widespread conspiracy across multiple governments, if it's just theatrics, why are there multiple European countries removing people from office? Launching their own investigations, unredacting files on their own. If it's just theatrics, why are entire people being fired, being let go of over ties and emails to Epstein? If it's just theatrics, why is Ghislaine Maxwell getting all of this fucking special treatment? When we know and we can see that she was just as much of a depraved piece of shit as Jeffrey Epstein. And you're telling me that she gets minimal security prison and puppy fucking playtime as she's waiting for Trump to decide if he wants to fucking go down with the ship or give her clemency? Unfucking believable.
Performed well today and answered the questions well today, and that's a credit to you and appreciated by the American people. You know, the Epstein issue is certainly important.
Yeah, it sure is. Thank you for bringing your valuable fucking board. Maxis Animates, thank you for $10. The entire circus is making me shake in utter rage, especially when the survivors are literally standing right there and they are more than happy to twist the knife further and further. No, they are right there. And you know what? Every House Oversight Committee hearing, every single one needs to have all of the Epstein survivors there, because you know what? I bet you anything. The people who were mentioned in those files, the survivors who still live with the fucking trauma of the shit these assholes did to them, will do it willingly, gladly. They are doing their duty to the rest of us, and we are failing them because of these elected motherfuckers. Kippy Draws, thank you for $5. The road to fascism is lined with people telling you that you're overreacting. I'm not going to be told I'm fucking overreacting anymore. I'm so tired of it. Fucking Hutch retweeted me today, so I've had to deal with all the Destiny-ass orbiters over the fucking Hassan talking about how... I'll get to the Gavin Newsom shit in a second. CR Rent, thank you for $10. Guys, if we stop calling police brutality and ICE murders criminal, then the crime rate rates go down. Unfortunately, you ain't wrong. Little EP Girl, thank you for $5. They're bragging about shutting things down that protected kids from abusive parents. Yeah, because that's the type of shit that is facilitated by especially people like fucking pastors. Ekachu, thank you for $5. While Republicans and their ilk need to face the music, the most Dems are also culpable of Epstein cover-up / Israel. We need a new government entirely. Yeah. Oh, 100%. 100%.
And is important for the victims. I think both I and the American people have a little bit of trouble taking the Democrats super seriously on this issue when they have been so uncurious about President Clinton's relations with Jeffrey Epstein.
What are you fucking talking about? They don't need to be curious because the Clintons have come forward now and said, hey, yeah, we're open. Let's get it all out there, man. Like, whatever you want. Listen, I'm down to do it. Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton are saying, hey, let's do a fucking, let's go. Let's go. And you know what? I've been saying since day fucking one, this bullshit, this like, who was it fucking Nux Taku or one of those dipshit VTube assholes talking about how, yes, funny how as soon as the Dems found out that Bill Clinton was in the files, that they tried to stop him. No, I don't give a fuck. Bring every single one of those motherfuckers down. I don't care if my own mama's in the files. I don't care who is in the files. They deserve to pay for what they've done. It is your job as an elected representative of any party to help protect your constituency. And any effort to cover up for this shit is the exact opposite. You are helping to create and further a culture of predation. And none of these motherfuckers can sit here up on a high horse and act like they give a shit about protecting women or protecting children. Oh, we gotta stop the evil trances. We gotta do this. Because you don't give a fuck. And I hope for all your thin whinging and whining, everybody wakes up to how little you actually give a fuck.
And even myself, I had no idea that there was actually a sitting Democrat congresswoman who had taken substantial campaign donations for Mr. Epstein, only when that came to light on the floor with the potential resolution. And you would think there would be more outrage on those types of things if they were going to be taken credible. But we do know the performance value of what goes on in this committee. I want to talk about the big things that Department of Justice is doing. And when I look at the dramatic decrease in crime in this country in the last year since the Trump administration has come. You'll see the board behind me. Violent crime plummets across major U.S. cities. And I guess so my first question would be, and when it comes to the big stuff, how are you guys getting this stuff so right? What contributes from your perspective, to this dramatic decrease in crime in major U.S. cities under the Trump administration?
When I first took office, I met with all of our agencies. And the one thing that stuck with me, that one of the heads of the department said to me, one of the law enforcement department heads, President Trump has taken the handcuffs off us so we can keep the people of America safe. And
literally the opposite of what's happening. The idea that President Trump has taken the handcuffs off us as we are handcuffing and shooting and murdering more civilians in the street than ever before. As we just found out yesterday, there are 400,000 immigrants in this country who are sitting in fucking concentration camps who have no criminal convictions, no criminal histories. You want to talk about making us safer? Every single action they've taken has made it worse.
That's what he's done. He has given our law enforcement officers the tools that they need and the backing that they need, the support that they need to combat violent crime and all crime throughout this country. And, you know, I'd be remiss, we've talked about the FBI, we've talked about DEA a bit, but can I please brag about ATF? Rob Cicada and Dan Driscoll, of course, who has been our acting head of ATF, have done a remarkable job stopping guns from flowing into Mexico, not harassing gun owners. 26,965 violent crime cases have been initiated, including more than 4,300 firearms trafficking cases. More than 1,200 of those are tied to gun trafficking in Mexico. I talk to them almost daily.
Thank you.
And they're working so hard.
Well, thank you, Attorney General. Again, you know, I look back at this last year, and we've had this historic tax cut. Yesterday in the Wall Street Journal, the National Cancer Foundation ran full-page ads thanking Congress, the administration, for doing more for cancer research than has ever been done before. I was just meeting with Habitat for Humanity out in the hallway, and they came and thanked us for doing more than's ever been done for Habitat for Humanity. So there's been so many,
so many accomplishments. As hey, what's going on, PBS, dog? Yeah, I'm sure fucking Habitat for Humanity really, really loves the Republicans, keeping them in fucking business more than anything.
Accomplishments, but I really think this crime is the biggest deal of all. But I do have some concerns on this issue, and those really also are respect to how we keep people safe with sanctuary cities and sanctuary states. And I remind everyone, and as I'm sure you know, Madam Attorney General, that when we had the terrible terrorist attacks of 9/11, the number one recommendation of the 9/11 Commission was to reduce barriers between all levels of law enforcement. They specifically pointed to things like fusion centers,
because
joint terrorism task
everything
force,
that we did right after 9/11 was turned out to be such a great idea.
Yeah, dude. To work together and communicate on a regular basis. And I would just like your perspective, because we have a more complex global threat than any time since World War II. We still have Islamic terrorism. We have spies from China, Iran, Russia, all these things. And what does sanctuary cities and states do for communication law enforcement? How does it make us less safe?
Sanctuary cities and states are attempting to prevent
that's
communication
like the fourth time I've seen her do that.
all the
she
law enforcement
continually
agencies.
Forgets to
and
press
of course,
the one button you need to press to speak.
That's it.
Like
when the violent criminals are fleeing to those jurisdictions.
I get it. You memorize your lines. You want to go right into the scene. You get a little excited. I get it. I get it.
I see it every day, Congressman, how well, despite what these liberals are trying to do, Donald Trump's administration is working tirelessly to protect all of Americans, and all of our agencies working hand in hand to keep America safe.
Well, you guys are getting the big stuff right. You look at that decrease in crime across the country, you ought to take a victory lap. Well done.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being here on this long day. And I want to thank you most of all for your leadership in your whole career defending victims. And now I want to take a moment to talk about you protecting victims from a different kind of child abuse, that medicalized child abuse that goes under the banner of gender-affirming care.
Oh, my
that far too many of my Democrat colleagues enthusiastically support.
I'm tired, boss. I'm tired. I'm tired. Cade Onder. Hive Sci, we're almost done with this. This is the last speaker of the day. Then we're gonna go back through some highlights and watch this cunt get her shit pushed in by the few libs willing to actually resist. This is beyond contemptible. There simply inhumane is the way these people go through the world.
Unapologetically support. Shortly after returning to office, President Trump signed an executive order directing HHS to review the clinical evidence and determine whether sex-rejecting interventions caused more harm than good.
Is that the new thing they're going with? Sex-rejecting interventions? What the? Because puberty blockers is too succinct and scientific of a term. Puberty blockers is too accurate, which is immediately too sympathetic. Sex rejecting? That's crazy. That's fucking crazy.
HHS reached the same conclusion that the UK and Finland and Sweden reached, that the risks are serious and that imposing this so-called care on minors was not appropriate. This executive order also directed you as Attorney General to, quote, work to draft, propose, and promote legislation to enact a private right of action for children and the parents of children whose healthy body parts have been damaged by medical professionals practicing chemical and surgical mutilation, which should include a lengthy statute of limitations. Last September, you transmitted that bill to Congress. It has been my honor.
That reminds me, I need to take my estrogen for today, so I'll be right back.
We named the bill after Chloe Cole, who sat where you're sitting just a few years ago on her 19th birthday. During a hearing chaired by now Speaker Mike Johnson, I'd like to play a clip of her testimony that day to remind us of our story.
Remind us of her story.
Onto puberty blockers and then testosterone. The resulting menopausal-like hot flashes made focusing on school impossible.
I do want to say that this was apparently several years ago, and it's still one of the only people they can drag out in front for their little clown show. Like this person from several years ago is still one of the only people they have to justify this campaign that they are launching in lieu of actually holding real predators accountable. The ones that are in office right now. Unfucking believable, dude.
I still get joint pains and weird pops in my back, but they were far worse when I was on the blockers. A month later, when I was 13, I had my first testosterone injection. It's caused permanent changes to my body. My voice will forever be deeper, my jawline sharper, my nose longer, my bone structure permanently masculinized, my Adam's apple more prominent, my fertility unknown. I look in the mirror sometimes and I feel like a monster. I had a double mastectomy at 15. They tested my amputated breast for cancer. And I was cancer-free, of course. I was perfectly healthy. There was nothing wrong with my still developing body or my breasts, other than that, as an insecure teenage girl, I felt awkward about it. After my breasts were taken away from me, the tissue was incinerated.
Yeah, like like. First off, yeah, she's still plenty feminine. You are not selling this idea that like, oh, I turned into some Frankenstein freak. Like you gotta Like put a scar on your face or something. Like get real into the character. Second off, yeah, like they're trying to make it sound so barbaric, but that's what do you want them to fucking give it back to you in a box? Like, do you just live in the Silent Hill 4 apartment complex where people just keep that shit in boxes? What, are you going to fucking vlog about it and write down all your notes later for somebody to come find to tell your story too? What the hell?
I was able to legally drive. I had a huge part of my future womanhood taken from me. I will never be able to breastfeed. I struggle to look at myself in the mirror at times. I still struggle to this day with sexual dysfunction. And I have massive scars across my chest. And the skin grafts that they took of my nipples are weeping fluid today. And they were grafted into a more masculine positioning, they said.
Chloe testified that day that what she needed was mental health therapy, but she never received it. And she was not suicidal until after they did these horrible things to her. She pleaded with Congress to act so that future children would not suffer what she did. Last week was a major turning point for these medical malpractice claims when a detransitioner was the first to successfully hold doctors liable with a $2 million settlement for what they did to that poor girl. Just days later, the American Society of Plastic Surgeons announced that they would no longer do transgender surgeries on minors, and the AMA followed suit. This proves that if the bill your DOJ drafted were passed into law, these barbaric practices would end immediately, because all victims would
barbaric practices as they're going on about how we need to. I'm offended that you would make a joke about the Bible and you want to talk about barbarism
for victims like Chloe, and what a private right of action would mean for victims like her and their families.
Yes, and first, Congressman, thank you for championing this bill. And also to Chloe, what a brave young woman to come before this body.
Yes.
And
at age 19.
At age 19, and talk about what happened to her. It's not about just giving relief to children who have been harmed. It allows victims whose healthy body parts have been damaged to seek relief and obtain relief. And thanks to you.
What about the people who Epstein damaged, you fucking bitch?
On this issue, and I think it's pretty sad none of your colleagues on the other side of the aisle even brought that up. But I hope they support.
If there's a hell, I hope you find it.
To protect all children throughout this country.
Well, General Bondi, thank you so much to you, to your department, to President Trump. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
I've just saved some UC requests for the end, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you kindly. Record low crime during the Biden-Harris administration. Crime down in every category in 2024 under Biden. FBI report says Trump takes credit for violent crime drop where rates were already falling. From NPR, Trump administration targets ATF with plans to cut jobs and ease gun restrictions. And then a few oldies but goodies, I've introduced these before about the claim that we didn't have anything to say about Epstein before the Trump administration. Raskin joins call for Attorney General to reopen Epstein case and publicly release Acosta misconduct investigation in documents March 1, 2019. Oversight Committee plans hearing with Acosta on plea deal with Epstein July 10, 2019. And finally, 68 House members call for resignation of Labor Secretary Acosta, July 10, 2019.
Without objection, Attorney General Bondi, thank you for your service to the country. And thank you for being here for a long day. We appreciate your willingness to come and answer our questions and the great job you're doing for our country. And I got one thing I got to say. This concludes today's hearing. We thank our witness for appearing before the committee. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witness or additional materials for the record. Without objection, the hearing is adjourned.
So now we're going to go back through because we got some hot hits to go through. Like I said, she's been on this for a while, and I was talking about it earlier. The reason I wanted to come on and stream the last half of it is because from what I was seeing, even as I was streaming or even as I was editing and doing writing and in the background, it was still one of the most unhinged oversight hearings I've ever seen. Like, ever. Dr. Nod, thank you for 100 NOK. Hello from Norway. Like these earlier streams, interesting fact, crime dropped by quite a lot in Germany in the mid-1930s. Rough statistics. So let's watch some of our representatives who are still willing to push back just a little bit.
Was the president aware of Secretary Lutnick's...
And by the way, this Becca Ballant, the comeback here, I thought, we're going to watch another one from her. I thought she was about to stand up and start taking her earrings off. I'm being dead serious, and I was ready for it. You know what? We need to go back to the days when people would challenge each other to duels and shit on the House floor. Like back in the day when people used to disagree and they'd come at each other with cane handles.
ties to Epstein when he chose him to lead the Department of Commerce? Was he aware?
Chris Malin was a Border Patrol agent.
Okay, so I'm going to conclude that the president, in fact, did know about his ties because he was the next door neighbor.
Shame on you.
Oh, for goodness sakes,
You're
this
from
is
a tiny,
pathetic.
beautiful
This is
state.
pathetic, Mr. Chair.
Will be in order.
I am not asking trick questions here.
You
The
got your
American
5
people have a right to know the answers to this. These are senior officials in the Trump administration. This is not a game, Secretary.
I'm Attorney General.
My apologies, I couldn't tell.
The belittling. And here's the sad fucking pathetic part. And it is sad because it's annoying as hell. From a left-facing perspective, it is annoying as hell to engage in liberal theatrics. The sad part is, on these thin-skinned high school mean girl motherfuckers, it works. It's not just cathartic. It gets to them. This is the shit that really bugs them and bothers them and gets under their skin and sticks with them. The reason they're afraid to go out in public, the reason that they are afraid that they'll be the next Luigi'd or Kirked. And so I gotta respect it. I gotta respect it. And if she cannot answer simple questions, the least I can take catharsis in is the fact that she is going to know how much people hate her and loathe her for the slimy little worm that she is. Because like everybody else, like Kash Patel, like Dan Bongino, like Pete Hegseth and J.D. Vance, they so desperately want to be liked. They so desperately want to contribute to culture in a meaningful way. They want to be cool, but at their heart, they are nothing but white fucking trash. The lowest order of white trash. Not even white trash because they were born in the culture of it. White trash because they were born in a holler and they can wear that with pride because they come from bootlegger stock. No. I'm not saying white trash positive. I'm not saying white trash from birth. I'm not saying trailer park white trash. I mean white trash as in the refuse of everything whiteness represents in American society. That's it. They are simply trashy people. All right, here's another one. Ted Lieu.
I'm going to put up another document from a witness who called the FBI's National Threat Operations Center because I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath, and this is all on videotape.
Mm-hmm. See, having their authority challenged. They think this, and here's the real reason why people like this have become attracted to Trump, is they think that once they reach a certain level of power, just like with Trump, and just like this is like the same exact reason that Elon Musk took over Twitter, is because they think if they can control from what they believe is the highest vantage point, that anybody who deigns to impugn their power or their knowledge of something, regardless of whether that power or knowledge actually exists, it very obviously doesn't in Pam Bondi's case, they think they can just speak down to you and make you afraid to do it. And the correct response is this. The correct response is, okay, well, I just did. It's on video. We can just go back and check the videos.
There was one redaction out
Where
of
he's
over
listed as a
4,700,
co-conspirator.
and we invited you in.
Gentlemen.
This guy has Trump derangement syndrome. He needs to get, you're a failed politician.
Yeah.
I find it interesting that she keeps going after President Trump, the greatest president in American history. And if they could maintain their composure. You don't tell me.
Yeah, I did tell you because we saw what you did in the Senate.
You're a lawyer, not even a lawyer.
Committee will be in.
Like, it is just so flagrant. No, she does sound like she's about to cry. Like, this is, again, much like Kash Patel, this is somebody who is well-versed in casting aspersions, probably in, little backroom meetings and cocktail parties and bitching and whining about, what other wives are doing, or, oh, this person wore this. Like, that's the kind of catty she is. But this, like, under her breath, like, you're not even a lawyer. You failed lawyer. You're not even a politician. You're just this person that's Trump derangement. No, it is. It is. People are literally using the SpongeBob font in the chat. It's literally. I don't know why. I don't know why I went Huckleberry Hound.
Obsessed with Donald Trump, you have Trump derangement syndrome. All of you who participated in those impeachment hearings against Donald Trump, you all should be apologizing.
Just fealty. Like that's what they want. Just fealty. Open entreating for fealty. You should all be apologizing. You should all be down on your knees for our pedophile president. How dare you ask me these questions about why I'm covering up for him and his friend's sex crimes?
Sit here and you attack the president, and I am not going to have it. I'm not going to put up with it. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. And the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings.
This is not true. If you've been investing in the stock market lately, it has been ridiculously, notoriously tumultuous. Ask me how I know. Ask me how I know. Huh? Yeah, it's a rough fucking time, especially if you are trying to dip into the stock market in any way. Now, I'm sure all of Trump's friends on Wall Street, all the people who can tell each other to short this company or sell the stock here, or this IPO merger is gonna go through, all of those people, yeah, no, they're probably making a mint as everybody else is panic selling, constantly freaking out. Are tariffs happening? Are they not happening? What does this mean for our manufacturing? Or will we be able to afford this? That has been the questions constantly rotating through every business owner's mind who isn't in the fucking S&P 500 for the last year and a half. The stock market is notoriously volatile right now, uniquely because of Trump and his economic policies, because there is no stability. And he will just do anything on a whim and wipe out untold millions to billions of dollars. Yet suspiciously, he and his businesses and the people around him keep seeming to get richer. It's kind of like with the crypto stuff. It's like the Binance, the Chinese Binance crypto billionaire he pardoned now owns a shit ton of Trump's stablecoin, like most of it. Weird, huh?
Savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about.
Trying to intimidate and punish these ladies.
Your time is up.
Forward.
You don't get to say that. All right, here we go.
It's done. There is no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that. This has been the most transparent presidency. He's the one that asked that those files.
I'm reclaiming my time. I got your answer. You said there's no evidence.
Trump asked
Mr. Chairman, please stop the clock.
Stop the clock. The legislation.
This is the full one.
I'd like to reclaim my time.
Time belongs to the gentleman from California.
Okay. I'm going to put up another document from a witness who called the FBI's National Threat Operations Center because I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath, and this is on videotape. You said there's no evidence of a crime. I'm showing you. Here is a witness statement who called into the...
Like she's just a petulant child. Like, you hear her under her breath. It's amazing. to me how, probably because she's too stupid to remember to turn it off, just like she's too stupid to remember to turn it on when she needs to speak, where she just, like, you hear her mumbling under her breath.
FBI's Threat Operations Center, he drove Donald Trump
like the
around in
fucking
limo.
final boss
He
of
overheard
Karens.
what Donald Trump said to Jeffrey on his cell phone. He was so angry, he was going to stop the limo and hurt Donald Trump. And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. She later had her head blown off, and officers at the scene said that could not have been suicide. No one at the Department of Justice interviewed this witness. You need to interview this witness immediately. Epstein should rot in hell, so should the men who patronized his operation. And as we say here today, there are over 1,000 sex trafficking victims, and you have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you. If you had any decency, you would resign right after this hearing concludes.
It's done.
I'm sorry. Again, this is one of those people that I look at and I'm like, Ted Lieu, fucking lib, but then you're spitting. This is what I want, by the way. When people talk about like, oh, the liberals never do anything that's good enough for the radical left, it's like, yeah, no, actually, just advocating for the shit you are supposed to care about. It's actually super fucking simple. You, the constituency, are supposed to let politicians know what they are representing you for. So if the American people are outraged over the Epstein files, which, yeah, there are, guess what? These Democrats are doing more right now for all of the conservatives, all of the disenfranchised Republicans, all of the people who have said, I'm done with MAGA, I'm done with Trump, I'm not a Dem though. But you know what? They're still fucking coming out for them. This is not a, like I said 2 days ago, this is not a fucking partisan issue. And you should be able to admit that.
For the insult. It's clear you didn't. I think we get it. You don't want to answer the
No,
question.
you don't get anything regarding public safety.
Thank you.
Nothing.
Thank you for the insult. It's clear you didn't come to Congress prepared to answer questions that the American people have every right to have answered. I think.
That's good shit.
Your administration, Attorney General Bondi, glad you finally made it here after hiding for 4 months
This
from
one was
committee.
the one where I was
I
like,
understand
Whoa, I
why
thought
you're
you were
hiding from us.
Chairman?
You're one of the worst attorney generals in our history and an instrument of Donald Trump's lawless authoritarian agenda. And I'm glad the American people are seeing who you are, how you act, and the lack of good values. You weaponize the Department of Justice to target immigrants, working families, and anyone that Trump deems an enemy of the state, all to protect real powerful criminals, including in your administration. My Democratic colleagues have focused on your cover-up of the Epstein files and your passion for protecting pedophiles and child traffickers. That alone is grounds for impeachment. But there's so much, Attorney General.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Again, there are moments like I want to also give it up to again another person that up and down, but Ilhan Omar, one of the most besieged politicians in America, coming out and talking about. She put out a statement that was something to the effect of, in Somalia, at least we execute our pedophiles, while talking about Trump. That's the attitude I want to fucking see. That's what I want. I need Democrats to get more bloodthirsty. This hand-wringing bullshit isn't going to do it anymore. There is blood in the water. Now is the time to bite. Yeah, no, these ideas need to be normalized. Violent accountability. Here's the thing. Even if it doesn't ever fully come to that, the idea of extreme circumstances for these motherfuckers to be held accountable needs to be normalized, because that is the only way we will ever get what will ultimately happen with Dems, which is a compromise. That is the only way we will get any accountability. Because otherwise, all of this stuff will eventually just go away. All of this stuff will eventually just be swept under the rug. The Dems will pivot to something else, inevitably. Unless they dig their teeth in now and do not let go.
General Bondi, glad you finally made it here after hiding for 4 months from this committee.
So good. So good. So here's the one
Didn't ask Merrick
where this was right after the earlier one, Becca Ballant, I believe. And so Tam Bondi came back with something. She tried to snap back in a way that I can only describe as deeply fucking embarrassing.
Garland anything about Epstein, not once when he was
weak sauce.
And also, I want the record to reflect that, you know, with this anti-Semitic culture right now, she voted against a resolution condemning.
Oh,
he is Jewish. I just want to be clear.
Do you want to go there, Attorney General? Or do you want to go there? Are you serious? Talking about anti-Semitism to a woman who lost her grandfather in the Holocaust. Really?
The committee will be in order.
Talk to Jared Wise about anti-Semitism.
The ranking member.
How fucking dare you? Like, that, again, that shit, those pithy little fucking comments. Like, none of these fuckers should be allowed to hold office. Are you kidding me? The idea that you're just, and Jim Jordan just sitting there being like, oh, order in the court, order in the court. But yeah, y'all see why I thought she was, like, not, when she went to stand up, I was like, oh, she's going to take off her earrings. Oh, okay, Pam, you better fucking watch out. That is the exact tone I've seen many times at bars when I used to work as a bouncer. I've seen many a time that tone being struck right before somebody starts going, oh, this bitch don't know what's coming. Yeah. Good. I hope that struck a chord of fear in her chest. Yeah, no, she just means anti-Israel. That's what it is. Like, it's not, they're not fucking talking about, it's not genuine anti-Semitism. Like, of course it's not. This is the Trump DOJ. Like, they don't actually give a fuck about literally anything they accuse someone of. Like, we know that. Violating somebody's rights? Nope, they don't give a fuck if it's ICE agents murdering American civilians. They don't give a fuck if it's ICE agents shooting VA nurses in the fucking street. So, no, they don't care about political persecution because they're just doing it blatantly. They don't care about anti-Semitism because they just have anti-Semites all over their fucking orbit and play into openly conspiracy theories about them. They don't care about corruption because, Jesus fucking Christ, look at Trump's crypto portfolio, and they don't care about protecting children or stopping sex traffickers because, again, look at Trump, look at the orbit, look at the Epstein files. And we are going to see a greater crisis of reality and truth in the next couple of years as AI continues to get better, as it continues to be leveraged to divide us more and atomize each and every one of us to distract us from these things. And you need to understand that nothing coming out of this government, more than ever before, can be trusted. Because even before, when government propaganda, and government has had propaganda, time immemorial, right? They've disseminated propaganda with the help of the military-industrial complex, through Hollywood, through films, through books, all sorts of shit. Nobody is immune to propaganda, but they have less of any basis in fact or truth or science for the narratives that they are selling to us, which is precisely why now, more than ever, it is so dangerous to take anything from these government agencies as truth, which shouldn't be the fucking case. You should at least have a baseline that you can rely on of coming back to some sort of fact. Even if it's being skewed, even if it's being misrepresented, you should have something you can go to, and we do not have that. We cannot trust at all anything coming out of there. And then we got one last one to go through. This is Thomas Massey after it.
Came here. I provided the evidence today that shows that his statements were false under oath. Kash Patel's statements were false. They are in possession. They were in possession at the time, and they're still in possession of evidence that other men participated in the sex trafficking.
Attorney General Bondi didn't seem to directly answer that question. I mean, what do you make of what she did say?
She didn't answer anything. She came here just ready to talk about the Dow Jones and the NASDAQ, which seems kind of crazy to me.
Yeah, fucking fair, dude. Mother Skunk, Adam Bad, thank you for following. Oil Keeper, and Prudel and Menex, thank you all for following. By the way, if you're watching over on Twitch, we are almost to 10,000 followers. I cannot believe we're about to hit 5. But my big goal for the end of the year, 6. Let's get to 100K. 100K followers. Yeah, let's start with 50. Let's get to 50 first and then go from there. But if you have not followed yet, please drop a follow. I stream 3 to 4 times a week covering stuff just like this, bringing you all the worst bullshit so that we can all go through it together and try and understand the nightmare we're all living through right now. Let's go really quick to oh God. What else did I start this stream on? I said the stream, PAM BONDI. Let's put on something for everybody because I need to run to the restroom real quick. So I don't want y'all just sitting here with. Yeah, let's go to Forbes breaking news.
The unanimous consent?
Yes, please.
All right, the gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I have a few
right
unanimous consent requests. I would like to submit into the record this New York Times article titled Alex Pretty's Friends and Family Denounce Sickening Lies About His Life. I also would like to submit this Daily Mail exclusive interview with Vice President J.D. Vance titled J.D. Vance Refuses to Apologize to Alex Pretty's Family After Spreading ICE Assassin Claim. One more. My last submission request is a New York Times article titled FBI Agent Who Tried to Investigate ICE Officer in Shooting Resigns.
Without objection.
Thank you.
The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney General Bondi, I think you and pretty much everybody else here and throughout the country believes that convicted sex offenders don't deserve special treatment or privileges in prison. And yet Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirator, received perk after perk in prison. In July, she had a 2-day interview with your deputy and President Trump's former defense attorney, Todd Blanche. Just days after that, Maxwell was transferred from a federal correctional institution in Florida to a minimum security camp in Texas, which she, as a sex offender, would normally be ineligible for. At this new facility, as the ranking member talked about, and by the way, it's nicknamed Club Fed, we've heard reports that she's been afforded special privileges, puppy time, private workouts, personal mail, secretarial services. Attorney General Bondi, does a convicted sex offender like Ghislaine Maxwell deserve special treatment and privileges in prison? Yes or no?
Let me be crystal clear on this. No. And
Thank you.
Let me keep going. No, let me keep going.
Perfect. Well, I
did not know she was being transferred.
That's it. I asked you yes or no.
She was not transferred to a lower
Mr. Chairman,
level.
please stop the clock and remind the witness of the rules. One rule she needs to
And
understand
I'm glad
here.
that we're agreeing. So when we're agreeing, we can move on to some other things.
When
But
we're
I
not
want you to know that every time she does get these perks, and it's been publicly reported, that the folks she's abused, the survivors who are sitting here, they see themselves as being denied justice. They feel re-traumatized. And I'm glad that we agree on that. But she should not be in that prison. And
what's the Obama thing? I know. Oh, the fucking. We kind of already covered that. The Obama, yeah, we don't need to watch the video. Everybody's probably seen it. It was a fucking stupid. It was Trump being racist, and people were like, "Oh no, it was actually the Lion King." No, it fucking wasn't. Whatever. Like you don't get to. If it was the Lion King, cut out that first part. I mentioned it offhandedly last stream, because it's really just it's a nothing. It's not worth going into the whole fucking thing. It's Trump spread a racist meme, and the more interesting is a strong word. The more useful I think information in that conversation to talk about is the fact the interference that conservatives ran for him, where they were like no, it's just because he loves musicals. He loves The Lion King, which is technically true. There was actually an interesting, somebody brought up, like, yo, Trump, when he was in his 20s, wanted to be a fucking Broadway producer. And then he failed out of that because he's a failure of a human being and fails at everything he tries. But it is like, yeah, no, I know Trump loves musical theater. Ask me how I know. Because the fucking playlist, when I waited 2 hours because he was late to his own CPAC speech, I was sitting there in a sweltering 75-degree room eating my hot wings. Not hot wings, just fried chicken. Alongside thousands of other people. The recurring tracks were stuff that you would... It was the most bizarre thing because it was alternately shit you would expect to hear at like a WWE event. Like it would be like Enter Sandman, and then it would be like a 7-minute cut of like Memory from Cats or fucking something from West Side Story. Or it bonkers. But no, Trump is just being a fucking racist. Just because he doesn't realize that it's racist, apparently that's his excuse. It wasn't racist to pick 2 black people as monkeys. Just because he is so racist that he doesn't realize how racist that is, doesn't make it not racist all of a sudden. This bullshit about like, oh, it was a bit like, fuck off. Yeah.
And she needs to be moved back to a maximum security prison as soon as possible. But what she has told another committee here is that she won't cooperate with them unless she gets clemency from Donald Trump. Oh. It's just crazy to consider that she can be wielding this kind of influence within the administration. But that begs the question, who ordered her to be transferred to the minimum security prison that she was ineligible for? Who signed off on the special privileges? Was it Mr. Blanche? Was it one of your other subordinates? So please, can you tell us who sent her there, since you don't agree she should be there?
I said I do not agree she should receive special treatment.
So why is
she was transferred, I learned after the fact, to the same level facility, and that is a question for the Bureau of Prisons. I was not involved in that at all. The same level facility, I don't know why, but you know, instead of talking about Ghislaine Maxwell, who hopefully will die in prison, you should be talking about Irina Zarutska.
I have a couple of
died on a subway.
Right, and
you don't talk about that.
We don't talk about it. You won't shut up about it. Helping with these issues, but we're going to move back to you.
Jesus
I bet we are.
I bet we are. Yeah, it's your oversight hearing, bitch. What are you talking about? Yeah, I bet we are. Yes, we are. It's your oversight hearing. Like, and yeah, people won't stop talking about the white girl who got killed. Do you give a shit about any of the other white people who are dying? No. You don't give a shit about Renee Nicole Good. Why is that? Is it because she was murdered by an unaccountable masked fucking high school dropout who probably can't even tie his own goddamn shoelaces? Jesus. I'm running out of breath. I'm talking so much. Speakeasy 666, thank you for following. Rad89, thank you for following. All right, we got some more. I want to look up Thomas Massey, see if he has any interviews out of this yet. Nope. Great. Three hours ago. 1 day ago. I do want to watch this because, yesterday there was apparently a closed door meeting where a lot of information was revealed about the files that led to several Republicans walking away in visible tears or visibly emotional. Here's the thing. There are people who are so cravenly attached to their political power that I do not think they will change. I think they're just dead inside. But that does not mean that they do not feel things. And so when I see people like Lauren Boebert, people like Nancy Mace, who have reveled in the kind of wanton cruelty enabled by Trump and his sycophants, when I see them unable to keep their composure, when every other aspect of their life is constantly so manicured, it tells me that there's some really fucking awful shit. So let's watch some more of these real quick.
Do you know which presidential administration under which the PIN was first created?
I can tell you what administration that the weaponization was ended under.
I'll reclaim my time. This wasn't a trick question.
You don't get to
Madam Attorney
reclaim
General.
your time.
Madam Attorney General,
because I don't like
Mr. Chairman, will you explain to the witness that he does reclaim his time?
Because I don't answer a question to your satisfaction.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Attorney General, the time belongs to the gentleman from Colorado.
The president under which PIN was created was Gerald Ford. It was created after Watergate. I'm not asking a question, Madam Attorney General. The administration under which it was created was Gerald Ford. When you first started as the Attorney General of the United States, there were 35 people working in that office. There are now 2 people working in that office because you have gutted it. How many people work for the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team in the criminal division today?
Can I answer the question about PIN?
I've asked you a question. How many people
You've asked
work?
me a question, but you don't
How
want
many
the answer.
people work
I'm not
for the
gonna answer your
National
questions the way you
Cryptocurrency
want.
Enforcement Team? You won't answer how many
I'll
people?
answer PIN.
Of course.
PIN will not be
you know
weaponized.
what? You know what?
What's
Madam
funny
Attorney
about
General,
this?
I'll say to the chairman.
What's funny about
Mr. Chairman,
this?
you know what the answer is? And I think I
What's
understand
funny
why the
about
Attorney General
this?
does not want to answer the question. Because you eliminated the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team last year. So I understand why you don't want to tell the American people who works there.
Yeah, I
no one
understand
works
why
there
you don't want to
anymore,
talk about
Madam
Mohammed
Attorney
Solomon
General.
in
So-
your district.
Just deflection. That's all she fucking does. Here's
Recourse,
more from
and I keep reminding the folks at DOJ this, is that the next Attorney General can bring charges against them for breaking the law.
God,
I think
I
that's
hope
what's
not.
compelled them to produce 3 million documents. And now they're claiming that it's incompetence. Like their defense today is incompetence for why they haven't given us all of the documents they should, why they have over-redacted in the case of co-conspirators, and why they failed to redact the names of the victims.
California. Great, thank you. Madam Attorney General, you acknowledged earlier to Mr. Johnson that President Trump was mentioned and the release countless times, you said, in the Epstein files. I just want to play a video, though, for you that I think speaks to the frustration that many of these victims have. Of times Trump's name appears in the files, so it could at least be 1,000 times. Is that right?
The number is a total misleading factor. We have not released anyone's name we have not released anyone's name in the Epstein files that has not been credible.
Director, could it at
we have
least be 1,000
released
times?
every piece of legally permissible information.
Okay,
you can
so-
characterize the numbers however you want it.
Claiming my time, Director. It sounds like if you don't know the number, it could at least be 1,000 times. Which
It's not.
leads me-
It's not.
Is it at least 500 times?
No.
Is it at least 100 times?
No.
Then what's the number?
I don't know the number.
I understand why the victims are frustrated, and the Attorney General acknowledged what Mr. Patel would not acknowledge, that it was way more than 1,000 times. But I want to move, Madam Attorney General, to weaponization of government.
So good. I think that's really why so many of them fucking hate to see, to be deposed, to be put on the stand like this with a spotlight aimed right at them. It's because they know they've already lied. Like, mind you, we are not even 2 years in. We are a little over a year into this. And every time they pull something out, they try to go with a new narrative, they try and pivot. We already have something that isn't just like raises questions. It directly contradicts the reality they are trying to sell. All right, so this is Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie. These are the two of the foremost leaders in the efforts to unredact the Epstein files. These are two of the cats that, if you are not paying attention to Capitol Hill politics right now, you need to be paying attention to these two. Because they are some of the only people genuinely coming for people, trying to hold them accountable. I'm pretty sure Thomas Massie, I'm pretty sure is a Republican, by the way. Yeah, Kentucky Republican. And look, whatever else I might disagree with Thomas Massie on, if every conservative was like Thomas Massie, Trump wouldn't be in office right now. If everyone had a spine like him, had the moral fortitude to not ignore what's right in front of their fucking faces.
Yeah.
And you know what? I would so much rather have somebody who feels that way. I would rather have somebody who will still complain about wokeness, will still talk about, oh, we shouldn't trans our kids and do all that bullshit, and actually live up to the values he's purporting. I would rather have somebody who's fucking wrong, but whose heart is in the right place. That's what I would rather have. Because you know what? I'm seeing him out here more than I'm seeing many of the Democrats, many of the Dems in leadership positions.
Sorry to keep you guys out here that long.
Well, that was an interesting experience.
It was.
The user interface is a little clunky at first, but what I saw that bothered me were the names of at least 6 men that have been redacted that are likely incriminated by their inclusion in these files. So that's the first thing that I saw. It took some digging to find them. Then I'll let you talk about what you saw.
Well, and we discussed that. I mean, there are 6 men, some of them with their photographs that have been redacted, and there's no explanation why.
Well, and that's the thing. Somebody's saying Dobu 1958, both of them suck. Yeah, like politicians suck. Especially the state of politicians that we've deemed acceptable in America, which is a constant state of compromise. Like that's what it is. I'll get to the fucking Hutch thing because people are biting Hassan's head off about some other bullshit right now. But the problem with the Dem left push right now is that the left, the more progressive the wing than just the milquetoast centrist Dems, are tired of the fucking status quo. They are tired of settling. They are tired of compromising with people who, once they get into office, are just Republican light, and then give Republicans enough ammunition so that when they come back in, they can just roll over them. And then we rinse and repeat. You should not be beholden to literally any politician. Yeah. Ain't that the fucking truth? Violet left. Chuck Schumer doesn't have enough time between writing letters and making sure Israel has enough money and arms to continue the genocide. Yeah, Roe is way too kowtowing to the Israeli expansion into Gaza, but it's good to see him in an actual stance on something. And that's what we should push and want and expect. That is the baseline we should expect from any elected official. For any position, by the way. That includes the genocide in Gaza. Politicians are just there doing their jobs. They're not your spiritual masters. No, we are the masters of them. Or at least that's the way it should be. Politicians, like, I agree with you. That's the thing. Yes, politicians are just doing a job. They should be in a just and functional society, which it is by the day. If you haven't found out that America is dysfunctional as fuck, I don't know what to tell you. But in a functional society, we would regard politicians as slightly elevated service workers. That's what they would be. If you do not do the job you are hired to do, you get fired. If you are enriching yourself, if you are taking stuff while on the clock, you get fired. If you abuse your power and your position in any way, you get fired. These are very simple checks and balances that should be integral in an elected democracy, in an actual democracy, or a representative republic, whatever angle you want to argue it from. If you believe that your vote should count for a politician that you believe will represent you, then when they get into office, they should spend every waking hour representing you. Not representing their own corporate interests, not representing their lobbyists, not representing other countries, not representing funding for multi-billion-dollar arms contractors, not representing the banks they're going to bail out while you can't pay rent. They need to be representing you.
Were redacted, and Thomas discovered it through his MIT logic with some of the searches. But, you know, that's really concerning. I think there are two other points. One is some of the internet concern about some of the more sensational emails. I mean, I do think it's important to recognize that some of the senders on that were...
Obadiah Bumbley, thank you very much for $20. Thank you. Not gonna lie, this hits close to home, thinking we'd have justice for these victims because there is more eyes on it just for more people to run to defend the predators. I feel like hell, but they're so strong. I could not be more proud of the survivors continuing to speak out, the survivors continuing to put their faces and names on the front lines of this issue. The amount of sheer fortitude and dedication they are showing is nothing short of heroic after all the bullshit they've been through.
Are women, and so some of the redactions may be appropriate, some may not be appropriate. We need to look at that. But just because there's an email out there, it doesn't mean that there's necessarily an improper redaction. The bigger concern is these 6 individuals. I will say that the staff was very professional in allowing us to do the searches. Our bigger concern is that there's still a lot that's redacted. Even in what we're seeing redacted versions. I thought we were supposed to see the unredacted versions, and that's because the documents produced to justice from the FBI, from the grand jury, was redacted when they got it. So we kept doing the searches for the unredacted information. It's the identical redactions that they have. Now, I don't think that's nefarious on the career attorneys that were reviewing it, but they obviously haven't gotten the production because our law says that the FBI and the original grand jury needs to be unredacted.
Right. The U.S. attorneys and the FBI are compelled, as well as the DOJ, and the DOJ was responsible for this.
Yeah, Kelly, I've been watching for a while. Love the energy you give me, faith in the younger generation. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's Ekachu. That is also true. Capitalism in general will also always enable hierarchy and hold itself up with hierarchical reinforcement. And that's what I was talking about, where it's like it is the savagery, the horrors of the Epstein files are shocking to anybody who goes through life and is not the most deplorable deviant. Like the sheer volume of terror inside of there. Even the things that aren't mentioned, the things simply alluded to. Stomach churning. But that being said, can you really say any of us are truly surprised? Like I've seen a lot of people say, oh, I can't believe that this ruling class of pedophiles is just getting away with this shit. Why? Look what they've done to the earth. Look what they've done to the environment. Look what they've done to your communities. Look what they've done. Look what these politicians have been doing for decades. They brought drugs into your communities so that they could police you, so that they could use those communities as forced prison labor, so that they could profit on that. They allowed pills to be sold. Look at Purdue Pharma. That ruined countless lives. But then they created pocket industries on top of that. They sold you these things, and then when you became addicted to them, would sell you other things as cures. And do you think that this war on drugs, people have been making money off of it for 30, 40 years? Absolutely. From every aspect of society, the people at the top, for decades and decades and decades and decades now, have taken. Doesn't matter what you've said. They take and they take and they take. The last time America truly had pushback, late 1800s, early 1900s. The coal miner wars, Pinkertons, strikes. When I talk about Pinkertons and strikes, a lot of people, here's another thing that they very conveniently do not tell you or do not teach, if they do, to any degree of genuine depth in American history. They'll fucking teach you. They'll spend all the time in the world talking about how Squanto was super kind with the people and showed them that they call corn maize, and they'll fucking tell you all about pilgrims having turkey dinners with the people that they were gonna enslave and destroy. And in the midst of a genocide, active ongoing genocide that lasted hundreds of years and still continues today. No. We'll talk about that. We'll sugarcoat it. Put a nice dusting of frosting on there. Are they going to talk about the armed militaries that oil barons and railway barons would organize against their own striking workers? They talk about the camps full of men, women, and children that the army opened fire into. When people talk about how the leftists won your workers' rights, won your right to a weekend, it is not just bullshit. And also, it is not in the strict, because there will always be people like, actually, they didn't have leftists. No. It is spiritually. Those were the leftists of the day. Those were the people that we see out on the streets right now in Minneapolis, on the front lines, defending their fucking communities. The people who see something is wrong and they stand up to do something about it. They put their fucking life on the line. And there are still people like that today. Though maybe far less. It is imperative that, this is why it is so imperative that we stay educated and educate yourself as well as other people on these projects. On the history of the movements in these countries and where they came from. Because they aren't new. They aren't unprecedented. It is incredibly normalized. The way the regulatory bureaucratic classes prey on everybody else. It doesn't matter if it's child trafficking. It doesn't matter if it's coming after your wallet. It doesn't matter if it's credit card overage fees. It doesn't matter if it's the housing crisis that they're not going to fucking pay for. It doesn't matter if it's calling something too big to fail. It is the American way to put them over you. To put their next fucking yacht that they can fit a smaller yacht into over the future of your family. The future of your home. Really quick, chats. Awesome, Stella. Thank you. Dead Domain. Many people forget there were religious leftists in monarchical England advocating for abolishment of land ownership. The movement died out, but leftists is always. Oh, yeah. Like, I would say one of the mainstays that people have. Look, John Brown. A lot of people like to talk up John Brown, and which is fair. You know why people talk up John Brown? Why John Brown is remembered in history. And all of the mealy-mouthed, the people who at the time were called liberals, or not called liberals, we would regard them now as liberals. The people who Martin Luther King said, the liberal who agrees with your cause, but not when you should fight it. That, yeah, no, I agree you should have rights, but you can't, you're pushing it too much. You've got to take it as it's given to you. Because we still have those motherfuckers around. You know why we don't remember those people from John Brown's era? Because they didn't put their money where their mouth was. Everything you want to say about John Brown, if he was just transported today, he would have a myriad, I guarantee a myriad of problems with a lot of things that leftists advocate for. Such is the way in America. Nobody can really agree on everything all the time. But when I was talking about earlier, is I would rather have conservatives like Thomas Massey. Somebody who, even if it is motivated through something else, you can still push to represent something right. Somebody who has a resemblance of a moral compass. Because most people who go into politics, most people who go into business, you do not reach this level of power without completely forfeiting that conscience. Without carving out whatever moral center you may start with to fill it with compromise, but also success. No, I'm good, Awesome Stella. Thank you, though. White moderates, yes. White moderates who agree, but not the. I don't remember exactly the phrasing of it, but yeah. Ekachu, my partner also just lost their therapist after changing jobs because insurance, a supposed benefit, denies coverage. People don't like to talk about it, but Lenin Marx based. Well, I mean, it's one of those things where it is like people meme the fuck out of it, but yeah, you do understand why Lenin had a bunch of people shot. However, I feel what happened after Lenin, a lot of the shit that went wrong with particularly Stalin is like it is not enough, and I realize this is going to piss off if there are any Leninists in my chat. I do not think it is enough evidence that that is the correct way forward for where we are at a country right now. The way information was disseminated, the way people parsed reality was so absolutely divergent from the world that we inhabit right now. Right? It is... I am truly worried that if that were to happen, we would simply slide back. We would elect the most based leftist person we could find. And it would quickly give way to American liberalism, which would then just give way to a resurgent fascism again. That is my greatest fear. But at the same time, how it sounds good. Ooh, it does sound nice, doesn't it? Accountability does sound nice. Oh, I mean, that too, Motoko of Dreams. Lenin immediately started mass ethnic cleansing campaigns. Yeah, like people like to narrow down Lenin and also Mao to just like, oh, no, because Mao was all about the landlords and stuff. And I'm like, look, there's some stuff. You read the Little Red Book. I'm not going to lie. They were spitting. But also, a lot of other stuff where they weren't. Become based in horizontalist, direct, democratic, and consensus build? Fuck no. Yeah, fighting Hobbit. That's why we're also not going to have full-on bad Germany. The world is too different. The mechanisms are too alien for it to properly take root. Yeah. Who was I listening to that brought up that point pretty succinctly? I was watching a thing and I was like, oh, you know what? Actually, that's kind of an interesting way of looking at it, is like, but it is what I've been saying kind of just about adopting the material analyses of people like Marx and Engels to the modern era. Is like, yes, they said stuff that is very obviously true. Look at the state of industry. Look at how much shit we fucking like look at how much was accurately predicted down to the fucking letter. But then you look at all these things that there were no way for them to account for, and how deeply they affect the world. Like they could have known about capitalism impacting the flow of information, right? From the top down. They could not have known about the fucking internet. Thank you, T-Girl Thought, for $5. Even John Brown worked with abolitionists like Harriet Tubman. Collectivized. Join DSA and or IWW. Join your local groups. Join your local groups. If you think you can push your DSA further to the left, G. Del Totoro, thank you very much. Oh, hey. Always a good phrase to remember. Don't argue with people John Brown would have shot. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's actually a really interesting way to put it, or interesting thought. Midnighter, dialectic materialism obsessed people kind of bother me because they seem to literally ignore all concepts of how spiritualism generally affects human thought. Well, and that's another thing that I'm like, a lot of people will talk about how Americans are so treat-pilled, which is absolutely true. Like, we are a completely placated cattle culture at this point. I don't think that has as much to do with our hesitancy to fight or to, spill over into openly violent bloodshed as a revolutionary tactic. I don't think that has as much to do with as some cynical people would want to ascribe to it. I think it is more to do with the over-militancy and surveillance state that surrounds us at all times. But at the same time, like you bring up a really great point because, yeah, when we are talking about these things and what comes next and how the left can win, you are not taking into account that we are at this bizarre point in history where so many people have slid back into just believing the intangible, believing it for no real reason, right? Like, and you can see that with fucking pick a conservative talking point. You can see that. Yes, regardless the system, we need guardrails to guard against despotism, and to me that is where you. It is abundantly clear that whatever system comes next, whatever happens next, the only way forward is accountability and stripping things down to make sure that this shit doesn't happen again. The acceptance that America will not be leading the next generation due to Trump, leading several generations of the world due to Trump. We are on the back foot compared to particularly China. And scrambling to play catch up will not help. Focusing on America as a country will. Hey, J. Rocco. Being treat, I've got bad news. No treat pills for you. Yeah, Alexis Vandam, we're so yeah, let's talk about. Let's see if I can find a video talking about it first. Because Jesus Christ. My heart sank when I first heard this yesterday when the news first came out that a British Columbia school had a mass shooting, as it does when there's literally any mass shooting. And Xenagros, to put an end stone on this conversation, because I do want to move on to, I don't want to be talking about this all day. I'm so pissed after fucking listening to Bondi. But Xenagros, I do agree with you. I think we need to start looking at existing worker-led and horizontal decision-making structures. Yeah, I think, again, I don't want to purport to know. If you are looking for, what is the answer? What do we do? Where do we go from here? I don't fucking know. And at the end of the day, it's one of those things that I wish a lot more people would be able to say, I don't know, let's figure it out. Because that's where I am for most things. And when people ask what happens next, it is not a matter of you do not. People expect, and maybe it's people like Destiny, who for so long have just been shoveling out these easy answers and easy solutions based on whatever data they're given. But these questions are so much more complicated than easy answers will allow. Now, that doesn't mean that, we need to compromise with liberals and we need to do this. We need to compromise. No. It means exactly what it says. I don't know. Yeah. Like it is not contingent upon me as one singular person, as a political commentator. It is not contingent on me to just come up with a political system that works in the best interests of everybody, especially as somebody who I am not from. I'm a trans person. I am not from any other real minority group other than being queer. I cannot speak for this. Like, we are in such a massive melting pot of different cultures and have been so racialized and atomized by racist rhetoric because of the current administration. Like, we have so much to undo, to re-educate on, to educate on in the first place at a broad level before we start getting into how we're gonna lead the workers' revolution. I've really resented the media's decision to call everything populist. I stand by the delineation that it's only populist if it's manipulative. The alternative is popular. It's only populist if it's manipulative. So here's another thing, is that people need to, and this is another one that I realize some people will get mad at me. People love their definitions. People love their definitions. To me, that rings, and I'm not saying you're wrong, because Motoko Dreams, I understand what you're saying. And I do agree. I think the word populism is overly ascribed. I think when people, for example, when they give credence to Trump's rhetoric during the election as populism, they're completely doing a disservice by not admitting or not acknowledging how it's disingenuous, how all of his shit goes against populist thought. But at the same time, I think people need to admit more why and how language changes over time. And when people talk about something, it is not strictly definitional. It is, it is what it calls to mind, right? Like, this is the thing that I don't understand why people, especially on the left, they get really mad when you like call Trump a fascist or call Trump a Nazi, because technically he doesn't align with what Mussolini did on this. Technically, he doesn't align with what Umberto Eco said here, even though he does align here with this other thing. So he's not a Nazi because he doesn't do this, and they haven't nationalized this part of the industry, or they haven't done this with this industry. And it's like, okay, but when you say the word Nazi, people have an idea in their head of what that means, the fascistic thought, right? The nondescript jackbooted thugs wreaking havoc in the streets, the racialized ethno-state projects. So it's one of those things where I'm like, okay, no, you understand why that shorthand is being used. It's rhetorical. And at that point, I don't, like, as much as, yeah, we do need to have succinct ways to describe these things and go deeper into them, when it's shorthand like that, I think there are other conversations to be had. So, like, when you talk about populism, I think it is like, you can talk about populism as a word because people understand that generally that means what a large contingent of people, what is popular with them because it is representing the populace. But when, for example, the distinction there is that, like, yeah, when people describe, like, oh, Trump is a populist president, no, he's fucking not. He's a self-enriching hack fuck. That's it. Anti-fascists are supposed to be where we get our idea of what fascism is. There's a whole study of it. We just don't suck Mussolini's boot. Karnaz AD, as a Marxist-Leninist, he has been crossing the lines of fascism. They haven't done the reading. Fascism and Social Revolution by Rajani Palme is a great start. Lady Addis, thank you very much for $10. Sorry. I feel like the Dems/reps won't be serious regarding helping anyone but themselves. Yeah. We can't deal with issues that matter. Instead, it stocks AI and other nonsense. Yeah. To talk really quick about, so there's a clip going around of Hassan talking to Jennifer Welch. I think one of those people. I'm gonna lower my camera a little bit since I'm reclining a bit. Talking about how, if Gavin Newsom ends up the candidate, he doesn't want to vote for Gavin Newsom. And that's being dunked on, of course, because everything Hassan says, everybody who's a lib has to jump on and be like, this is why leftists lose everything, and you're going to lose this in the next election. It's like, no, you should expect more from your elected officials. Like, Gavin Newsom is The fact, because people are like, oh, Hutch popped into my, not DMs, popped into my fucking mentions and responded being like, name one fucking pro-trans bill he's done. He's done over 30, he's signed over 30 pro-trans bills. It's like, okay, cool. He did a lot of those in 2019, 2020, 2021. He did a lot of those when they were still dealing with the Biden DOJ, and there was a woke resurgence. He did a lot of them, most importantly, and I'm going to underline this for people who don't fucking understand. He did a lot of them when it was politically popular. That is why the leftists dislike Gavin Newsom, because he does what is politically popular. But if you are one of these white cracker motherfuckers like Hutch, sitting out here being like, well, actually, if you don't vote for Gavin, life is going to be worse for homeless people. Gavin Newsom, fucking asshole out there tearing down encampments. Life is going to be worse for Latino people. Gavin Newsom, the dude, what did Gavin Newsom do when ICE came to LA, by the way? ICE in LA. Last year, I was there. Hutch, I don't think Hutch was there. I don't think Hutch was there. I was there. Let me tell you, Gavin Newsom did nothing of fucking substance, just like the mayor of LA, to prevent Trump's rollout of ICE. And now we can see where that fecklessness has led. The ICE rollout in LA was a political stunt on the part of the administration, but also a testing bed. It was creating a blueprint that they then used, and we are seeing them continue to use in places like Minneapolis. The tactics they are using in Minneapolis were refined, iterated, and started in LA. The LAPD was aiding ICE. The California National Guard aiding ICE, all under Newsom. Only so he could spend the next couple months delivering sick dunks that all the Dems and libs, they love those dunks on Twitter. Or he talks about how Elon Musk, abandoned his trans daughter, and Newsom gets to pretend to be this big progressive savior, even though he vetoed bills that would tangibly help people get medication and actually help a lot of trans people, and made diverse gender studies a thing in California schools. But no. That stuff, back burner. Let's talk about his dubs. The fact that he just signs the shit, the fact that he didn't veto things, that's obviously... That's as much of a reason to elect him the president as anything else. That obviously means that he has our best interests in mind. That he didn't veto shit that he was handed to sign. Oh, what dubs. What great, just racking him up, Gavi. And they love to forget that this is the same dude. The same dude who will go on and talk shit about every conservative, and then will sit politely across from Charlie Kirk and be like, well, I actually agree with you on the trans sports issue, who will have Steve Bannon in his house, somebody who is now a much more widely known Epstein associate. Well, I'm going to be doing a short video about the just bizarre ties between Bannon and Epstein soon, so keep an eye out on shorts. It's the liberal idea of hating Trump because it's unsightly. That's what it is. So many libs and Dems don't actually hate Trump for the shit he's doing. They don't hate ICE for abducting civilians. They don't hate ICE for ruining families, because they weren't speaking out on it before. What they hate is that Trump is so incredibly visible. They hate that they have to keep having their brunches interrupted by Trump. They hate that he'll go out there and make an embarrassment of himself on the world stage, and they can't feel just that unearned pride of being an American, because this is supposed to be the greatest country on the earth. And so in comes Gavin Newsom, somebody who will dunk on them, and all their dunks, and have fucking give you a pat on the back and compliment your rebel sticker with a picture of Princess Leia on the back of your van. And then he's going to tear down homeless encampments, and is going to let ICE go unimpeded. But he'll sign some bathroom bills in a state where it's already widely politically popular, and then continue to do all the other things in silence. But the Dems, they don't want actual change because the status quo serves people like them. So they want to uphold it. They want to uphold it in a way that's just not someone pleasant to look at. They want somebody suave, somebody who can deliver those sweet Twitter dunks. And I'm sorry, but the left should expect and demand more from their politicians at this moment. The idea of, well, you should be grateful for what you get. You should settle. I can't believe you're asking for more. How ungrateful are you as the person these people are all supposed to represent? How dare you ask for more? Don't you know that you're threatening democracy? Trump could get elected again. J.D. Vance and Peter Thiel could steal the election. Motherfucker, that's where we're at right now. Why are you talking about it like it's a hypothetical? If another Democrat doesn't get into office, like their brains have been so fucking fried by this 10-year cycle where the branding from MSNBC and everybody else has been like, oh, if we don't get another Dem in office, it's going to be the end of democracy. It's like, okay, well, we got another Dem in office. Didn't stop anything because they played to the line by the Democrat rule book. They played we just need to reach across the aisle, Jack, rule book. That's what they fucking did. They dragged their feet in prosecuting the people who genuinely wanted to end democracy. And now where are we? Huh? They wrung their hands. That's probably the wrong that's probably the wrong gesture to use. They wrung their hands about supporting a genocide, even though they knew it was broadly unpopular. But oh no, we can't piss off our donors. They kept ICE going. They kept funding companies like SpaceX and Tesla. Companies like Palantir. Like, do you think AI initiatives, if Biden somehow, if Kamala won, do you think AI initiatives wouldn't be a thing? Do you think that we wouldn't see AI videos coming out of Kamala's office of her fucking, I don't even know. Like, there are things, I'm not saying that there wouldn't be differences. Yeah, we might not have as many thugs out in the streets terrorizing and harassing people. We might not have as morally depraved and detached plans to build on the ashes and bones of people in Gaza by the Trump admin. We might not have as much Bitcoin and cryptocurrency blatantly corruption working in front of our fucking faces. But it wouldn't be gone. It would just be festering. The Democrats do not want to amputate. They do not want to operate. That is the problem. These are rots. They are infestations. They need to be cut out at the root because they have continued to spread so wildly into every part of our daily fucking life. And the Democrats will look you in the face as we can see the body failing, the host organism dying in front of us, withering to dust. The Democrats will stare you in the face and say, here's some cough medicine. Just take your pills. Spoonful of sugar. We've got this. We're the Democrats. And it'll take 2 more years until you start getting those emails again. Help us defend democracy. Donate now to our re-election campaign. Donald Trump, this is unprecedented. What J.D. Vance is doing is unprecedented. We've never seen anything like it. Please, do you have $20 you can give us still? Come on, just like a little $20. You guys got $20 that you can just pop on over to the Pelosi coffers? We aren't going to do anything to defend you or your children. We're not going to do anything to pass like rent control or anything to make sure you aren't living on the street. We're going to keep playing into large culture war battles. We're going to do performative dances and kente cloths. Huh? Y'all remember when Nancy Pelosi did that, huh? Did everybody love that? Come on. I'm fucking tired of settling. And more than that, I am tired of people telling me I should settle. I am tired of people telling me I don't wear my trans identity as like my be all end all. I don't like idpol. I don't fuck with identity politics like that. But if you're going to sit here and tell me, a trans person, that I should just shut up and vote for some asshole like Gavin Newsom, because let me tell you, Hutch using, and it really got under my fucking skin, because just a couple days ago, who did I see but Hutch out here saying like, yeah, trans people just need to go along with the Dems to reduce harm to themselves. If they don't just shut up and vote Democrat, like that's their best chance. That's their best option. The people who are just letting all this shit happen. But yeah, no, Dems putting up a real strong fight every time there's anti-trans legislation passed. I don't give a fuck what is next to somebody's name. I don't care if there's a little D. That doesn't earn my vote on default. These are things, again, the white guy sitting there telling everybody to just shut up. You're telling everybody, shut up, vote Democrat, otherwise minorities are going to suffer. I want you to ask yourself. No, I want to ask him. And then I want to ask many members of my audience this, because I'm sure plenty of people have a experience with this. One of the well-known political experiences of black people in America has been the pandering of the Democrat Party to black communities. Where, and like many other things in modern American society, if white people just listened more to black people, we would be way more well-informed on how these cycles work and how they go. How inevitably there are so many people who will continually vote Democrat, live in a Democrat-run city. This is where you hear the conservative narrative about Democrat-run cities getting worse over time. It's because, guess what? They fucking do sometimes. Because the Dems will say, well, you either vote for us or you vote for the racists. And people go, fucking, I guess we're voting for, Rahm Emanuel or whoever the fuck. So when Hassan is saying that he would rather vote third party than vote for Gavin Newsom, the lesson isn't, we need a third party candidate. The lesson is, make a better fucking candidate than Gavin Newsom. Look, Gavin Newsom's a bloodhound. I won't deny that. If you were to put Gavin Newsom, because, fucking qualifications don't matter anymore after Trump. If you would put Gavin Newsom in charge in a place where like PAM BONDI is right now. If you were to say, hey, Gav, we know you love sending tweets. You love being performative. You're now in charge of investigating and charging everybody in the Trump administration. Sure, whatever. Qualifications don't matter. He can do that job. We could have that conversation. But the idea of him being some kind of overall leader, no, he is a follower. He is somebody who you can tell where the wind is blowing and he'll face that direction. So you need somebody above him to do that. Hi, Nehemiah. Yeah. No, Catgirl Apocalypse, when they asked trans folk to vote for Newsom or some other slimeball. And it pisses me off additionally because it's one of those things where when you see people like Destiny, see people like Hutch, see people like all these white milquetoast upper middle class libs following the DNC line, and they try and weaponize your identity against you. It's like, oh, as a trans person, you're going to just try and sell out trans people. It's like, no. Supporting Gavin Newsom as a trans person is simply abandoning every other person he has fucking hurt. Because you know what? I don't see it as a simple matter of, oh, well, this benefits me. I get to take part in the status quo. I don't see it in the liberal terms that people like Destiny do. Because I consider myself and my struggle the same as the fucking homeless encampments that he will demolish. The same as the immigrants that he oversaw ICE taking away. So if somebody wants a vote, they can fucking earn it. But until then, fuck off. I'm not voting just for myself. I am not voting solely for my interests. I am not voting for the status quo. Dreaming of Kadath, thank you very much for $5. If there's one good thing that came from this shit admin, it's exposing the systemic rot / moral sloth to the point normies can't ignore it anymore. Yeah. I think that is probably the best. That's probably one of the best ways to put it. Is that, and I think it is, I think two things. One, I think there are far more people on the right who are in more contact with reality than people want to admit. Especially people from the left. And I've talked about how we should be engaging in a widespread project of education. If there is one thing that is going to help, whether it, you know, I'm not saying it's going to bring about the new order, the new era of profitability and prosperity in America, but we have a dire lack of education. And part of that is that things like college and school are untenable, but also because all of the structures we built up around them are not conducive to learning for the sake of knowledge. Like we do not navigate a world that functions based on how much you know or how applicable that knowledge is or how qualified you are anymore. And ratcheting that back to a world where, yes, you do have to be qualified to work on these councils is massively important. But it's more than that. It's important on a personal level. Like, I was thinking about this today because I've ranted about it before in front of chat, where I will ramble about how it is so late in the game, but we need a media literacy class, in mandatory media literacy classes for like maybe a full year in high school everywhere. Because I want you to consider for a moment. And we are so, this is a massive problem with the gerontocracy of America, is that the ruling class, the people we elect as our leaders, are so unaware. We are just getting into a point in the last 10 or so years where elected officials are like, hey, let's check out, let's try and reach the kids through these TikTok things, like Pokemon Go to the polls. Like, this shit is so past its due date. Y'all needed to be acknowledging and on top of this stuff like in 97. And the proliferation of these things and these ideas, like, think of how different the state of radicalization in America would be, right? If we had classes that taught children the same way journalism classes teach people how to source and cite information, how to parse what's being told, how to identify when something has an ideological slant, how to find that ideological slant. These were the things I learned first day of journalism class. They tell you all the stuff. If it bleeds, it leads. Don't bury the lead. And then they go into, how do you find if a source is trustworthy? How do you find a primary source? How do you find a secondary source? How do you back up your information? How can you depend on a source? Like, is this source verified? Is it from a regular source? Are they using a pseudonym? Like, is this just conspiracy bullshit? Look into the facts and figures on this. All of that. And that shit changed the entire way I approach media. Like, from that point forward, I would say that basic lesson was a massive part of me becoming far more left than I am, or than I was. Is that not what people's English classes were in middle and high school? No, fuck no. Like, no, we need media literacy in the terms of, like, we need people to understand how information is disseminated and how to parse info on the internet. And, like, with the proliferation of AI, that is necessary, more necessary now than ever. Literally ever. Because we have created a world where critical thinking is we are in dire need of it. For anything you come across, you need to be thinking about, how does this affect my worldview? How is it using emotion against me? How am I being propagandized to? What am I being sold? How is my information being used? Every post, we scroll through hundreds of posts a day, and every post should give us pause in 1,000 different directions. And yet, the educational system in this country has imbued us with just a constant passivity to all of it. And so I want you to think about, if we had 15 years ago, if we had classes dedicated to showing people how information can, for example, be used to radicalize, can be used to sell things to you, can be used to analyze history, how much radicalization do you think we could have prevented? If you taught these teenagers who are still going into these forums, still going into these voice chats, learning to hate Jewish people or black people, being sold all of these bullshit narratives. If you were able to teach them and show them and illuminate for them how that information is being twisted, how it's being misrepresented, how they're being lied to, and how that's being taken advantage of. I'm not saying it would fix everything in the country, but I think a lot of people can agree not enough people are discerning about the information they're taking in. Cable Guy 707, thank you very much. Hey, just want to let you know I accidentally clicked on your channel. Never heard of you before. Stayed for a bit and followed. Keep it up. Thank you. I appreciate that quite a bit. Nehemia, thank you very much for $5. My dad was in Gavin Newsom's high school class, and from what I know, he was basically a standard 80s jock type who hung out with other high stat. Yeah, that completely. I see Gavin Newsom, and I'm like, oh, I just hear a Valley Girl accent for some reason. That's wild. Dreamy of Kanath, thank you very much. Oh, yeah, already read that one. Yeah, and sevens, I think you're right. One might conclude that allowing the radicalization is somewhat the point then, at least to the extent slash part it benefits capitals. Yeah, I think, like, look, I think that's another, again, you can say all of these things about class analysis and make these broad sweeping assertions and use these leftist talking points. And a lot of the times, so there's two things. A lot of the times the left is right about stuff, but they're right in such an annoying way that people will just call them crazy. Like this happens a lot. But the other half is that people are taught reflexively to not challenge their own opinions and views. I talk about this a lot in the video I did on nostalgia, where we are sold all of these ideas passively through cultural osmosis. And then when they are challenged, we are told, okay, no, you just either you can't enjoy things, or you're just being negative, or you're just jealous, or you're a commie, or you're crazy. Like, they're given all of these excuses, and stripping all that away, I think, yeah, like would fix so many problems with people's current cognition. Yeah. Blanchy, the problem with the media literacy class is that it would be immediately ended by Moms for Liberty. Yeah. Education is under assault in the moment something sniffs of liberalism, hell rains down. Yeah. I mean, and hey, look, like, again, if you want to talk about measures that the left needs to take, it needs to start at a baseline with stuff like that. The Department of Education needs to be rebuilt from the ground up to modern standards. It is no surprise, and we've known this for decades, that we are falling behind year after year in nearly every subject. The average American comes out of high school barely knowing shit. And I would say that, yeah, that's probably by design, because at that point you are easier to sell shit to. At that point, you're easier to manipulate. At that point, you are less likely to cause a ruckus. At that point, you are less likely to impact capital in a real way. So that means that we need to take it upon ourselves to create those educational initiatives. Yeah, it's deeply depressing to think about, but there are answers. I think it becomes an issue of finding them and creating a plan. I've learned more about history from these streams alone than I ever have in my history class. It is one of my favorite things, and I'm going to get into a tangent about art and shit again, because I've been talking about that a lot lately. It is not just history. It is not just learning these lessons that is imperative. There are additionally so many things about how we parse art and how we accept media and how passively everything is just turned to slop. The slopification of media, it doesn't just come down to, Disney cutting corners to put out dog shit looking episodes of The Mandalorian. It doesn't come down to production companies using AI to save money on stuff. It comes down to how passively we are okay with just imbibing all of this media without ever thinking about it or thinking about how it affects us. Again, these are other things that people should learn how to navigate a little bit more, because I cannot tell you, look, there's a lot of dumb shit that comes out of the kind of Gamergate, Nuxtaku, quartering, like that side of YouTube and shit. There's a lot of dumb takes that come out. Anytime basically anything happens, you can depend on one of those assholes to have the dumbest shit possible to say about it. But the thing that really stokes my coals more than almost anything else is the idea that there's no good games coming out, or that media is all the same, or that everything has to be woke. Because the only way you can come to the opinion that all modern media is woke trash is if you don't actually watch or listen to or read modern media. That's the only way. There is, and I cannot underline this enough, there's no shortage of content out there that will inspire you to make your own art, that will show you things you've never seen before, that will allow you to think of things from a different angle. And you know where they are? Fucking everywhere. Go dip your hand into Tubi. Go look through the Time Warner Classics on HBO Max. Go look up some of the old retro movies on Netflix. Even when we are constantly shoveled all this bullshit and slop and, bad games, there are still things out there that you have never seen before. Every day is a new opportunity to take part in some piece of art made decades ago, made years ago, made this year. And the beauty of it, and some people I think see this as depressing. I do not. The beauty of it is that there is no way that any one person will ever see it all. There's no way any one person will read every book, listen to every CD, watch every movie, play every game, read every poem, memorize every line of Shakespeare. And I think that is beautiful, because that guarantees all of our journeys through these ideas that have been passed down, that have led to us being here, will be different and unique. And that's what it should be. That is what art and how it affects us should be. And it is so annoying to me when people talk about, there's nothing to do, there's nothing to play, there's nothing to watch. Motherfucker, I went through, because we talked about a lot of music on last stream. And I was like, you know what, fuck, I want to listen to some Muddy Waters. We were talking about like blues, and so I downloaded some Muddy Waters. And I went on a spate of just like, you know what, actually I'm going to go, I just went into a bunch of downloaded music. And the way I listen to music now is, now, a lot of people, here's the other thing I would encourage people to do is listen to full-ass albums. I realize, hey, maybe this is a boomer fucking thing to say. Because this is some shit that my mom used to get angry at me at in high school when I would just play singles and stuff when I was listening to the radio or listening to, out of whatever speaker I was listening to. And my mom would just be like, Mike, you skip around all the time. Just play an album. And that's because my mom was from the 80s. My mom was from a time when you spent money on a cassette fucking tape and you ran that motherfucker out. You flipped it over. When it was done, it rewound. You flipped it back over. It was all good. And we have such a lack of engagement and attachment to craft, to music. And so what I do is I do two things. Two methods I use to listen to music. If it's not just like, oh, I just want to hear this artist. Because that's kind of what I started doing. As I've gotten older, as I've started maturing, I listen to artists and genres more than just songs. Like every now and then, I'll get a earworm stuck in my head, But for the most part, I'll put on, you know what, fuck it. I want to listen to an album. I want to listen to this album. I'm feeling this album. Or, you know what, I kind of just want to listen to Iron Maiden. So I'm just going to hit play all on Iron Maiden. I'm going to listen to all 11 albums, all mixed up, mashed up together. Who gives a fuck? And so what I do to wrap around to why I brought that up, what I do is I will go through and download full albums. And I usually do like 2 or 3 albums from an artist, because I learned this going back through some old metal and stuff, especially when you go into the 90s, a lot of hair metal and a lot of grunge and a lot of thrash metal go through these weird phases of experimental albums in the 90s. So sometimes you'll trip across one that like you'll listen to something for the first time, listen to a band for the, like, imagine if you listen to Motley Crue's not a great example, but imagine if you listen to Motley Crue for the first time and the only impression you get of them is Generation Swine, right? Like that's what I'm talking about. It's like you don't know from Kickstart My Heart. You don't know from The Wild Side with that. And so, and granted, again, Motley Crue, not a great example. That's just the one that popped in my head. But you have to have a diverse palette. So here are some of the albums that I've just listened to all the way through recently, or downloaded recently. The Life Is But a Dream, that was a couple years ago from Avenged Sevenfold. I didn't have it fully downloaded. I think I was using old save files. But Richie Blackmore's Rainbow, I got the full album now. Knocked Loose did a collab with Denzel Curry that I dug. Bad Bunny, I have 3 of his albums now because I never really fucked with Bad Bunny. I downloaded 2 Sun Ra albums I had never heard because I was thinking, as I get into that like funk groove, like I understand they're all different, but there is something about just the feeling of R&B and jazz, and especially when you go back to like old blues records in the 40s, 50s, that inevitably drags me through the 60s and 70s into funk territory. So I'm fucking with some Sun Ra lately. Which again, like, and these are albums that I have to underline. Pop them on. Just sit and fucking vibe. Because here's the thing: people go through their days, and I think so many people get so worn down by the fact that at the end of the day, when you work hard, and I do this. I'm not talking from an upper middle class perspective where I never fucking worked a hard day's labor. Like, I know what I'm fucking talking about when you work an 18-hour day and you come home and you're dead on your fucking feet and you don't want to do anything. Or you're so tired because you got off at 1 o'clock a.m. and you have to walk home. But you can still do small new things that you didn't do yesterday. You can still learn new things that you didn't know yesterday. You do not have to let your brain rot, even though that is what the world around you is trying to do to you. So like Sun Ra, got some Method Man, T-Bone Walker, Johnny Lee Hooker, Muddy Waters Electric Mud, which I had heard some of that stuff. Because there was the classic Childish Man? Manish Boy, that's what it is. Which is the classic, like everybody knows that song. Tail Gunner, which is a kind of like cool metal outfit. Like I was saying, Pucifer, Skinny Puppy, a lot of that stuff. Some Lamb of God records I didn't know. Downloaded some new stuff I've never heard about. I downloaded literally sight unfucking seen just based on cover art. Vienna, Peekaboo, Managarm. Rob Zombie has a new album, has some songs out. Mirker, I fucking love Mirker. Mirker, I'm not sure. I think they're Scandinavian. Hot Mulligan, Harsh Symmetry. John Carpenter, downloaded some of his stuff. Some B-side albums from Depeche Mode, just kind of filling out my backlog. And you know what? You can sit down with any of those albums across all sorts of different genres. I can sit down and listen to it front to back while doing work and still be taken in, be enthralled with the musical ability. I popped on because we were talking about like outlaw country. I popped on some Chris Christopherson. I forgot, like, goddamn, how much I love like the opening of Silver Tongue Devil. Like it's so like it's great. There's a heart, there's a soul in that stuff, and it's that kind of. I know I've said it a lot on this stream, but there's an atomization of media today where it's this bizarre paradox where we have more than ever, more access to so many different kinds of media. Like, I want you to think about, I was thinking about this. Because I talked about it a couple streams ago, how I've been writing a movie. And I've been really trying to expand my movie palette this year. I have a pretty expansive palette, if you couldn't tell by music. But I've been diving into, at the beginning of the year, I sent out like, hey, send me your best on Twitter. Send me your best obscure movie recommendations. And I got so many good ones. I've been going through them. And as I'm going through them, I find other ones. I go down to the similar or suggested movies down at the bottom of wherever it is, at Tubi or whatever the fuck. So good. I talked about the movie I'd seen, Mechaniques. Phenomenal fucking film. Literally unlike anything I've ever seen. And then just a couple days before that, I saw a movie called The Wolf House. And let me tell you, another foreign film I had never heard of, got recommended it. Unlike anything I have ever fucking seen. And I got done watching Mechaniques and I was just sitting there in almost in silence. Because how often do we go through our day-to-day and the days fade behind us where we never remember them? When we're 2 days later, you don't remember what you did, what you had for breakfast 2 days before. But how many days go by where we can actually say you've seen something you had never seen before? Because you know what that is to me? That's a life-changing piece of art. Whether it completely reframes your worldview, not every piece of art needs to do that. But you have now added something to your lexicon that wasn't there before. You have now seen something that so many people have not, and probably will never. We know so many people will never. And I think that is something to be cherished. I think that is something to genuinely sit in and live in. And that in the world that just wants us to take everything so quickly, in a world where we are constantly told like, oh, have you watched this show? You need to watch this. Ooh, there's a new this coming out. You got to see this. Fuck that. Cancel your subscriptions. Go find shit on subscription services you already have. Or go find shit where it's free. The amount of movies out there that are free, the amount of music out there that is free. And take part in art as an action, as an intentionality. Because you know what? At the end of the fucking day, I can sit back and go, you know what? I worked a lot today. I don't feel like I got a lot done. But I found a new song I liked. I found a new album that spoke to me. I found a new movie that showed me things I didn't even know could exist. It's all so much more than just commercials. It should be. We should treat art as more than just things to fill up our vacant time as we work ourselves to death. And again, I think that these are in small ways problems that trickle down from how we are disseminated media, how we treat art, and how commercialism and capitalism has seeped into every aspect of everything in our lives. Certainly. But you know what? I actually want to show people really quick. So I'm gonna before we get into this next horrible subject, I want to read the super chats. Blue Note, thank you for $5. There's a non-binary American songwriter that you might dig. They go by Adeem the Artist. Ooh, they sing about class struggle and trans gay issues. Hell yeah. I will definitely, I have a pen. There we go. Let us go to Cat Franklin. Thank you for 20. Happy Wednesday. You nailed it. Diluting education and slopifying the media while demonizing anyone who disagrees is a feature, not a bug. Exactly. One needs only to look at the right wing to realize what a malleable base that creates. Yeah, I mean, and it's the thing that, like, I promise I'm not going to get into a whole tangent and terror, but when I see people do the vote blue no matter who shit, that's the kind of indiscernment I see. Like it just feels like emulating the same type of bullshit we just sat through PAM BONDI doing, where it's like, well, what about this? What about this? It's like, demand more, want more. Don't just expect it, demand it. Adderall Lynn, thank you for $10. Your public library has a lot of the novels from the height of B-list authors getting published in every genre, 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s. Well, they might. A lot of those, because I am, it's going to shock you to know, growing up as a predominantly pretty poor kid, I spent a lot of time, especially around middle school, at the public library. And one of the things I remember, that was when I built like a collection of manga and shit, because I would just buy, they would, used books that are torn up, they have their spines ripped out or whatever, they go for 25 cents. But I would see a lot of those kind of pulp novels that have been there for probably 20, 30 plus years. And I think some of those are getting harder to find. And there's a kitsch to that now, almost like VHSs, where people kind of like the aesthetic of those like paperback novels, like Louis L'Amour type stuff. And so many others where, yeah, it would be just these pulp authors. You open it up and it's not very well written. It's usually pretty stereotypical, but at the same time, there's a charm to that. I think there's a value to that. Like the idea that when you pick up a random pulp novel that nobody's ever fucking heard of, that 20, 30, 40 years ago, somebody wrote that. Somebody sat down, and whether it's good or not, they made that, and you're holding it now. Like that's the kind of shit that I'm constantly thinking about when I'm watching TV, when I'm watching movies. And I don't want to I haven't seen any seasons of Stranger Things. Straight up, I feel very vindicated on that. But then I look at clips and stuff and I'm like, I don't care, because I don't care about how this was made. None of this interests me, because I know, like, even if I were to watch it and I get invested in this character arc or this, like, it just feels made in a lab, Omega Shenron Dragon, thank you for $2. Hutch is a default model for a creator. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. Dreaming of Kanal, thank you for $5. Fallacious thinking / tribalism are as innate as curiosity, sociability. We need social structures that encourage latter and discourage former. Yeah, I think you're right on the money with that, and I think social structures and social regulation of like behaviors is a very important thing to talk about. Like making it socially unacceptable to be a bigot piece of shit and having actual social consequences is incredibly important. Like this idea of like, oh, well, that's just my opinion on something. It's like, well, guess what? If your opinion actively hurts people, shut the fuck up. Like if your opinion is based on dumbass lies and conspiracies, this is the thing where I'm like, I can't stand when people give so much credence to things that are just objectively stupid. Like, not every point needs to be debated, because not every point is worth debating. Not all opinions are equal. Anyway. Let me go. Let's actually go really quick. I want to watch, so if you haven't seen these, I'll show you brief cuts of The Wolf House and Mechanics. And I believe Mechanics is on Tubi. I think I watched The Wolf House on Tubi too. I've been fucking up Tubi lately. Tubi got me. Yeah, Wolf House is a incredible stop motion. Like there's no way to really describe it. It's one of those things where like you kind of just gotta watch it.
Chileno aquí. Hola, vengo de la colonia.
Voy a transformar a mi cerdito en criatura hermosa que nunca me abandonará. Desde hoy son Pedro y Ana. ¿Qué les parece si jugamos? Un juego divertido que inventé. Cuidado, Pedrito. Se están quemando. Cuidado, se están quemando.
María. María.
So yeah, there's that one. If you haven't seen that, fucking incredible film. The like trailer does not do the amount of craft and work involved in it justice. Do they not? Oh, do they not have the? Was it 2003? I think. There might not be a trailer for that movie, honestly. Ooh. Let me see. Oh, that's what it is. It was with the C, not with the H. Fantasy horror. There we go. This is another one that is just like fucking unbelievable levels of craft and innovation in movies that you've never fucking heard of before. Although this trailer is so garbled to shit, it doesn't show anything. Let me see if there's a... Hey, no. Hey. Why? Why is it so loud? $2 from Nattenbox64. Awesome shout out to LatAm Animation. Yeah, I was like, I haven't watched a movie where I've been stunned at just every frame in so long. The trailers do not do justice to these. Anyway. School board building because of the shooting. Jesus Christ, HC bug. That is... Motoko of Dreams. Again, I love DD. I love this channel. I love the stream. I love what we were doing. I love being here. But this thing that I'm talking about, it's important for me to point out that I object on principle. Then something happened. Somehow I ended up getting progressively walled out of either the stream I was trying to anchor myself in. Not what was actually my first choice. I was actually finding it very important to also be equally anchored in a couple of other live streams, and it was work. These streams, we have a good time. We got a lot done, and recently I've been coming in more anchored. Oh, thank you very much, Motoko of Dreams. Sorry, I'm just going back to see your full statement of what you said. It's very ominous what happened, and it is very weird, and you should know that it was weird at some point. I might be able to just get... Was it something in my stream, or was it something in my community? If somebody did anything that made you feel uncomfortable, please, by all means, let me know. And if you need to reach out to me personally, or if you want to stay anonymous at all, please feel free. My Twitter and Blue Sky are absolutely always open. If And that's a open door policy on literally everything. Definitely some people out there that actually know exactly what I'm talking about. I need to say for now that we really do need to be worried. Okay, give me 1 second, chat. We're going to go to a brief break. I'm going to take Lady out and it's not because of what Motoko just said. It's because you can probably hear and see my dog begging to be taken out. So we will be right back, in which case we will go right into the regrettable and heinous school shooting that took place yesterday. But be right back. Don't go anywhere, chat. accusing YouTubers of doing something bad. Did we? Oh no. I just turned the cool air on, but it's already kind of cold in here. All right, so what happened? Send a mod DM on Discord. Talking about it and let you know that's real first. Pissed off. Can't really talk about it. I'm gonna sound like an idiot. All right. Well, you know what? If nobody is in immediate danger, Motoko, if nobody is in danger of any kind of harm, and if you are okay talking about it in DMs or bringing it up later, preferably not here, just because it sounds like it's a personal thing. But I feel like we can consider the matter dropped for everybody else for now, I suppose. I mean, not dropped, because we will continue to address it, just in a more appropriate forum. Dog and Cat 3672 discovered that fried chicken and pickles is tasty. Hell yeah, it is. That salt with that good. All right, I'll be right back. I just turned AC on, but now I gotta turn it off. All right. What color do I want? Oh, I'm going back to blonde. Yeah, I'm going back to blonde. I'm going to, well, first off, I'm growing my hair out, but then I'm also, going back to blonde. I'm just growing out my roots a little bit more. Oh, stop it, y'all. Y'all making me hungry for Popeyes. Well, making me hungry for chicken. We have a great, around here, we have a kick-ass chicken spot that I fucking love. Yeah. Well, it's more of a, like a hole in the wall kind of southern spot, because it has a you know, it has like po' boys, and you can order up some catfish, and they have such good buns. But the thing is that they have this original barbecue recipe. Like I just started salivated thinking about that shit, because it's so perfectly tangy and sweet, and like it has enough heat that it gets, you know, your nostrils a little bit, but it's not like, ooh, I can't taste it. It's a beautiful, it's a hard blend to hit, but it's so fucking good. Yellow or strawberry blend? Probably more platinum. Just like I did before I went blue, because it looks just white now. I hate pickles. They're crunchy and soft at the same time. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It's like, that's funny. Yeah, I don't know. I like spicy foods. Dave's hot. Dave's all right. Dave's all right. Oh yeah, good po' boy. Like, and if you want, you know, like I was saying, Spokane, chicken and mo. And wait, well, because the thing, we don't have a lot of, like, they're opening up another fucking Chick-fil-A, but we got Atlanta hot chicken, which is fine. I don't think we might have a Dave's, but it's not around me. Yeah, I don't know. Good chicken sandwiches are. Can I turn myself up? Yeah, I'll turn myself up just a skosh. There we go. Whoop. One more. There we go. Because I don't want to be right inside. I don't want to be like on the mic, but. Lacey Lady, thank you for subscribing, and Badger, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch, if that's where you're watching. Hello, hi, how are you? We are very close to reaching 10K subscribers. So, I would love Bojangles. I fuck with the Bojangles. Bojangles and Waffle House. What else was it? Another thing that I was like down when I was down in Texas. Oh, Whataburger. Oh, Lord. Whew. Whataburger. That's like, look, Whataburger is, I'm not going to say it's great food. It is slop. But it's such good slop, you know? Look, there are some things, I will talk against America all I want, but I am still an American to my core. And that means I love some fucking slop. It means I love a burger. I love a good tier list ranking of burgers. Oh, speaking of which, tier lists, I have another video. I started prelim work on it. It won't take very long. But stay tuned. We're gonna have a tier list of MAGA rappers. So if you have any suggestions for that, don't send it in the chat. Send it to me. DM me on Twitter, and yeah, I would love to do that. Love to have. I want B-sides. I don't want Forgiato Blow. I don't want Tom McDonald. Of course, I got them down. Send me the worst. Send me your like cousin with a MAGA SoundCloud, right? Eminem does not count. Eminem's not MAGA. Eminem fucking hates Trump. Like, say what you want about Eminem, and there's a lot to fucking say, but Eminem is not MAGA. Wait, I have one. HLZ Bug, hit me with the name. I'll just write it down here. I won't do this with everybody because I'll be here all day, I'm sure. Oh, thank you very much, Scott Volcano. Just happy to hear you. As I'm a trucker, I often enjoy your work as a little open air as I drive. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I've never, I guess, considered myself equivalent to like a daytime talk show, but I suppose as I am starting to do more middle of the day streaming, yeah. No, you see, Nicki Minaj, I need Nicki Minaj. While Nicki Minaj is MAGA, she is not. It doesn't fit the like description because her entire body of work is not MAGA. Like it's like she terrible fucking person. Planning on another undercover op? Not yet. I have still not. After the fucking one last year, tanked. Thank you, Hendrix. I'm still looking for my next one, but yeah. Seka Travel, thank you very much for subbing. Showed up on my feed, but the lyrics are really ridiculous. It's Killer Taken on SoundCloud. Okay. Killer. Hell yeah, let's go. And I don't want any AI either, because that doesn't fucking count. So like Nikki ain't in the running. If it's AI, ain't in the running. I need genuine slop. Like mama used to make slop. I need that good homegrown cringe. You know what I'm saying? The good. Just to be here 409. Talking about Nicki Minaj. She's a ghoul, but dang, she thick. Bonk. Bonk's in chat. Bonk's upon ye. All right, chat. We have something artisanal slop. Yeah. Oh, I remember finding Tech 9. Tech Nina? Let's go. Look, I know a lot of people shit on Tech 9. There's some stuff to mess about, like the dude has as many guest verses on his albums as he does verses. But I'm sorry, I like some Tech. I'm sorry, I do. And plus, Tech 9 turned me on to some really good stuff. Like Tech 9 turned me on to Snow the Product. And Tech falls into that kind of the modern Eminem weird thing where it's like they do really fast breakdowns, and like I know I am aware of your acumen and your rapping ability. Not every song needs to be Rap God, you know. Like, not every song needs to have a breakdown where you go, like, it's cool. It's impressive. It's great. Let's mix it up a little bit. Mix it up a little bit. I didn't think anyone outside the KC area listened to Tech. Tech has a really consistent tour route that comes through Spokane a lot. Like, a lot. Tech Night has probably done at least 10 shows since I've lived here. And he's always fucking touring. Oh, I like fast rap too, but like we can mix it up a little bit. You can mix it up a little bit. Not every track needs to have the same beat. You know? Yeah. Not every Max's animates, not every breakdown needs to be Buck to the Bumble. Oh man, do we gotta listen to the Buck Bumble theme song before we go into this next shit? Oh, he has fuck, man. Man, I didn't know he had allegations. That sucks. Okay, I see what DD means when they said I really listen to music. What do you mean, MB? Oh, I have zero ball knowledge. Okay, I gotcha. All right, yes, we do need to... Time to rock with the bigger the buck bumble. All right, let's... One more time. One more time. We're gonna go into this as a palate cleanser. I want everybody clear your hearts, clear your minds, hold space, live in your truth as we journey into the Biggity Buck Bumble. What about? It just starts the Great Mighty Pooh right after that. That's crazy. Oh man, that's nuts. That's crazy N64 ball knowledge, YouTube algorithm. Holy shit. Ooh, the Great and Mighty Pooh. I haven't heard the Great Mighty Pooh for a long time. It's so ass. We gonna let it play? Do we all right, let me ask you this. How many people in chat do we have no ball, no conquer ball, no the Great Mighty Pooh? Because if we got a bunch of young heads in chat who don't know about Rareware's Great and Mighty Pooh, we might have to... I'm too old, missed this first time. Whew. All right, we got to go into it. Like, y'all, when people talk about... I talked about it last time. Video games have been different. As somebody who's been playing only PS2 games for the last month and a half now, video games used to be fucking different. For good and for bad, but also for weirder. Just for the weirder. We used to have games where not everything was focus tested, where sometimes a bunch of people just were making each other laugh with the dumbest shit, and then they spent countless hours trying to bring it to everybody else. And that's what happened with the N64 platformer. Conker's Bad Fur Day. Which, by the way, this is a boss fight in the game. Like, Rare used to be built different.
Uh-oh.
Same platform as Mario 64, by the way, if you don't know. Like, what Rare was doing with Conker's Bad Fur Day is fucking crazy. Okay, really quick, clarifying, Mr. Chuck Grape, I think the Tech 9 that has sexual abuse allegations is a different person. Tech 9, spelled with a 9 in the word 9, is actually a victim of sexual abuse. Yeah, I knew he was a victim in the past. That does sound right. Like, Tech 9 it's a type of gun. I wouldn't be surprised if there's another musician or another rapper going by that name. Bars.
Me. I am the great mighty Pooh, and I'm going to throw my shit at you. A huge supply of tish comes from my chocolate starfish. How about some scat, you little twat? Do you really think you'll survive in here? You don't seem to know which creek you're in. Sweet corn is the only thing that makes it through my rear. How do you think I keep this lovely grin? Now I'm really getting rather mad. You're like a niggly, tickly, shitty little tag nut. When I've knocked you out with all my bab, I'm going to take your head and ram it up my butt.
Your butt.
My butt.
Your butt.
That's right, my butt.
Ugh.
My butt. My butt! Ah, you cursed squirrel, look what you've done. I'm blushing. Oh, what a world, what a world. Who'd have thought a good little squirrel like you could destroy my beautiful flagginess? Oh, I'm going. Oh,
No! Now that's what I call a bowel movement.
It was a different time. It was a different time. Oh, yeah. I'm going to feed Lady real quick, and then we'll get to the rest of it. Sorry. My gesture fell down. Did I miss the Pan Bondi? Yeah, we the first half of the stream, over half of the stream, was all Pan Bondi bullshit. So, if that's what you're looking for, you're gonna have to go back to the future. It was a different time. Yeah, no, this was the game with the flower with massive badonkers, massive tits. Yeah, what a time. What a time. And it is a game that, like, the opening, if you just play it through the opening of Conker's Bad Fur Day, you're like, oh, this made so many furries. Like that I forget, what's her name? It's not Lola, but she looks like Lola Bunny. But there's Conker's girlfriend character is, like, working out in, like, a skimpy workout uniform at the beginning, and you're like, woof. This was somebody's fetish at some point. Miss Pam Bondi, but got here just in time for Buck Bumble. Perfect timing. Barry. Yeah, that's what it is. Barry. Crash's lady as well. Well, and here's the thing. I never cared for Tana before Crash 4. Like, Tana was just like, whatever. I never thought Tana was that hot. Dog. Tana in Crash 4 can fucking get it. Yeah, exactly. Awooga, hee-ha, humana, humana. Awooga. Oh, that's Starface. You're hitting the deep lore. Shaza from Tide the Tasmanian Tiger. Damn. What do you have somebody from fucking like Vex or Tack too? Tack and the Power of Juju? She did have some of that Jak and Daxter. It was the kind of like Mad Maxy style. Princess Xenagrels, do you mean Princess Sally Acorn? Of course I know Sally Acorn. What are you talking about? Crystal from Star Fox? Well, that's the basic option. Like, come on. That, like, people being like, oh, yeah, no, my awakening was Crystal from Star Fox. Yeah, I bet you find Velma hot, too. Like, come on. Like, it's not a hear me out when it was everybody's first hear me out. All right, chat. We wait, the Sonic cartoon and the Sonic comics. It's not. Yeah, no, exactly. Come on, Velma. No, there's nothing wrong with finding Velma hot. I'm just saying, like, it's not a hear me out. It's not a like a crazy. No, I'm wild. Nobody's going like, damn, you're crazy for that one. And my point is well taken, because a bunch of people in chat go like, wait a minute, Velma's hot though. I'm like, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to figure out why am I. All right, I need to go give Lady more water really quick. She just ran out, and then we will be going into the shit. Why is my good God? Woof. Carnell. Yeah, motherfuckers will really do a hear me out and go like Raven from Teen Titans. Well, that shouldn't be a hear me out because Raven's a teenager, but I understand most people are probably talking about an adult version of that character. Farron Wolf, hear me out. General Grievous and I solve crimes. He's still hung up on his ex Obi-Wan. You've written a more interesting Star Wars premise than Dave Filoni has done in over a decade. That's crazy. That's crazy. Savvy Cass, get help. Elish Norn, hear me out. Again, not a hear me out. Elish Norn is not a hear me out. Elish Norn is not a hear me out. Like, ooh, Shouldered. Shouldered, not a hear me out. Mondrak, if you want to say Mondrak is a hear me out, that's a hear me out. Okay? Anybody with a like female hips and tiggle bitties is not a hear me out. It's just not. I don't care what the rest of them looks like. It's not. No, I will not hear you out on Vaporeon. No. I see a lot of people have furry awakenings over Sonic characters here. Must be another day that ends in Y. I will take that under advisement. Hear me out, Volrath the Fallen. I will hear. I will hear. I like Volrath's Dungeon. That's one of my favorite stupid cards to play. I've talked about that on the show. Oh, by the way, new episode of Potted Talk coming soon. I just need to upload it, but I edited it. So Johnny Viral, everybody else who misses me and Bugs talking about Magic the Gathering and shit, you'll get to hear it again soon. We talked about Lorwyn, caught up about Avatar, talked about the turtles, and yeah, had a really great time lately. A double from Skullgirls. Double's a pretty good one. Double's a good one. Hobbit's coming out this year. Can we move on or skip the shooting? It's getting really stressful. Yeah, we're just gonna move on to it because I want to talk about something more fun, but we don't get to. I would not be doing my due diligence if we didn't talk about this, because somebody talked about why do we talk about, somebody asked a little bit earlier, why are we talking about Canada mass shootings when America still got to figure our own out? Well, first off, talking about it is not going to fix the problem. Second off, this is going to be used and weaponized against trans people like all of the other trans school shooters have. You'll notice there was a school shooting the day, was it the day before or the day of Charlie Kirk's assassination? And they just fucking waved it under the rug. As Kash Patel said the other day on a committee hearing, that it was a massive day in American history. Or I think that was from a recording in September. Whatever. It does us no good to shy away from these horrible realities, particularly as they are so primed and already being weaponized by the right wing. How is 8 is killed worse than Uvalde? I'm not saying it's worse. Yeah. It's worse school shoot. Okay, yeah, you were reading the headline. Yeah. No, it's because Canada, this is the worst school massacre for 30 years, which is not something we can fucking say. As somebody brought up Uvalde, Sandy Hook, still within recent memory. Columbine wasn't even was in the last 30 years, even. Like, it is, as a note of comparison, it's so, on one level, it is a grand and horrible tragedy that anytime something like this happens, anytime innocent people, let alone children, let alone people who are either teachers who have dedicated their life to trying to help foster growth and knowledge, or children who have not even begun to truly live, are murdered. It is a unconscionable tragedy, a indefensible act of evil. And I want to get that out of the way up front before some jackass inevitably comes into the comments saying like, oh, you're just defending them, the trans, whatever. No. There has never, ever been a time in anywhere where a school shooting is justified at all. Anybody who tries to say that like, oh, the transes are okay with, no, they're fucking not. You're a fucking liar. QF Glenn, thank you very much for $10. Wishing you well. Thank you as always for making such entertaining content from such dreadful source material. I'm trying. But yeah, Savvy Cass, as you're pointing out, the fact this is so notable from a death toll perspective is like, so there are multiple tragedies that we should take away from this. One is, of course, just the sheer loss of life, the callous, ridiculous. Like it is ridiculous. It is a pointless loss of valuable human life. And on the other hand, as the nation, like we are foremost known in the world as being like the capital of school shootings. And that gives nobody pause that the nation right above us that can absolutely claim, like, you can prevent these tragedies from happening. We just don't. They will still happen. The same thing that people tell us is like, oh, well, bad people will still get guns. Yeah, this is proof of that. Sure. If somebody really, 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 really wants to go on a mass shooting spree, yes, they can. But the problem is in America, we have a unique attitude about violence. It is a cultural epidemic. And that is the thing that nobody seems to want to acknowledge or understand. Void Critter, this is a systemic failure. They knew about her having weapons illegally before this. These are systemic issues. We tend not to have shootings due to a lack of access to guns. Yeah, like that too. It is, and wouldn't you know it, it's fucking amazing how, look, here's another thing that when the Dems actually get into office, fuck your Second Amendment. I want guns to be as regulated as they are in Japan. I'm not saying people can't have guns, but this idea of like, well, I can't have well, you mean to tell me I can't have a 50 caliber fully automatic turret that was meant to be mounted on the back of a military vehicle. This is America. I deserve to have all of these. I can mod it however I want so it shoots faster. See, I put a drum mag on this pistol, see, and I retrofitted it so it fires all of it in 3 seconds. But I won't, nobody's coming for my rights, even though I'm never going to use it to stand up to the government. Fuck that. No. We need a complete overhaul of the Second Amendment and gun rights in America. Straight up. And I say that, by the way, as somebody who still advocates for minority rights to own guns, who still advocate for anybody in any position who needs to defend them or themselves or their community, their family, their property, to be able to have access to a gun for responsible gun ownership. Because we don't have responsible gun ownership in this country. I've talked about, and it is one of the few things, I'm not going to get into glazing Japan, because Japan does so much shit wrong. Like it to the point where wild shit in Japan, wild issues with Japan's own culture. But one of the things I've always admired that they do, because wouldn't you know it, they don't have a lot of mass shootings. Japan does have horrendous outbreaks is a strong term. When Japan does experience a violent incident, it is usually notable because of its horror and cruelty. And I feel like that is more of a endemic. There is a attitude of pressure and stress in Japan that goes really, really uncared for. But that's a whole separate issue. Whatever. The point is that in Japan you can own guns for hunting. You can own guns for home defense. They require regular inspections. They require accounting for every piece of ammo. They require police coming to, like what you're supposed to do when businesses have fire extinguishers. That's what Japan has for guns. It is so wild to me that we still have in this country, like, we have shown that assault weapon bans fucking work. They do. Telegraph. What is a lie about this? Oh, I fucking hate you, dude. I fucking hate you, Telegraph. Eat shit. Thank you very much, Steph is Pretty, for tier 1 for 15 months. Nehemia, thank you for $5. Hear me out, Baron Harkonnen. Jesus Christ, Bug. someone had a modded gun, blew a round through my child's bedroom window last year. Luckily, I had screamed at her to stay down. Had she panicked and ran in my room, she might have caught it in her neck. I literally have chills on my arm from that. That is... Like, wouldn't it be nice if we didn't have to fucking worry about that shit? Mr. Fluffy Wolf, I believe the home defense one. So there are gun classes for collectors, because there is a oddly big hobbyist gun community in Japan, and usually those are airsoft guns. I believe, and it is usually, I think, reserved for rich people. I could be wrong about this, but from what I remember, you can have home defense weapons. But yeah. Yes, Yame, you have to have a safe, and the police need a blueprint of your house, and the location of the safe is marked on it. Yeah, like police know exactly where your gun is at all times. That's what you need. If you want the responsibility, or no, if you want a weapon that can easily end somebody's life, you need the fucking responsibility of it. All right, let's go back here. All right. From The Guardian, this live blog is now closed. Tumbler Ridge school shooting. Police identify suspect in Canada attack as 18-year-old resident as it happened. Jesus. All right. Closing summary. Earlier today, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney told the remote BC community that all of Canada stands with you. There will be important questions and, quote, difficult conversations to have. What are those? GhostEA6827, thank you for $5. I agree we need to have gun control, but I'm worried that a gun ban would lead to heavier police presence in black neighborhoods. I mean, than it's having right now. Like again, this is I am presenting this as an idea in a perfect world where we can actually push more left-leaning ideals, and that would also include massive police reform. Now, if this bears out, that would be super rad and super cool, where those two things can move hand in hand. But we live in America, so it's probably not going to happen while the flag still flies. Here's a brief recap of what we learned from police today. Do we have the... All right. Police revised the death toll down to 9, including the suspect, after a female victim with significant injuries survived. She remains in critical condition. I am hoping she pulls through. 39-year-old found deceased at the suspect's family residence was the mother of the suspect. The 11... Oh, fuck. The deaths at the private residence of... Yeah, naturally. They killed their family and then went to do that. Yeah, no, Wasteland Games, you're absolutely right. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that, like, hey, first thing, well, I think I did say that first thing, get rid of Second Amendment. Not get rid of Second Amendment. Fuck your Second Amendment. So let me revise my statement then. Because what I was talking about earlier when we're talking about, like, these solutions, what are these things that we're doing? You know, you talk about educating people, being able to have classes in high school that help people with media literacy and understanding the information atmosphere we're in. I think there are all of these little projects that need to work well with one another. One of them is, of course, defunding and completely demilitarizing the fucking police. Absolutely. Like, that is... Defunding is not a strong enough word. Demilitarizing needs to be the new line that people take with the police. Defunding makes it sound like you're cutting jobs. No wondering, if you want to talk about purely from a propaganda angle, no wondering defunding never went anywhere, because it sounds like you're going to cut everybody's jobs and pensions and all that shit. No, you need to demilitarize the fucking police. Number one. And that also includes cracking down on police gangs. A lot of shit there. What else? Somebody saying something. Mental health and physical health services, as well as housing and massive overturning of Citizens United. Yes, mental health care is one of the, like, if you want a real thing, and again, mental health care at a massive scale would inevitably tie into efforts to educate a populace, K through 12. The idea that we could accomplish any of this stuff without working on these grassroots levels first is ridiculous. And I fully agree to that. I don't mean to say like, oh, if we get all these guns and automatic weapons out of here, it'll be fine. It's like, no, because people bring up salient points that you are leaving minority communities underserved. You are still having issues with police. But that's why I'm saying, like, there needs to be a lot of things working in effect with each other. So you're talking about education. Education needs to go hand in hand with mental health services. Like, those mental health services need to go hand in hand with demilitarizing the police. You need to have social workers who work with the police department, who can respond to these active situations, so that if somebody is having a mental fucking breakdown because they're losing their house, because the minimum wage won't go up, because they fucking accidentally, they broke their leg in a car crash one time and they've been bankrupted by medical bills, so that they don't have a mental breakdown, and because somebody sees a black person in the middle of the street screaming, they get shot by cops. Like, anytime you look at any of these issues, there are so many compounding factors that, and I'm glad for people in the chat bringing these things up to me, because it is a good reminder. Nothing happens in isolation. None of this happens in a vacuum. Ghostier, live in Maine. First thing I was taught was gun safety. Also, parenthetical, I'm black, by the way. Sweden and Germany has a gun culture, but it has great gun laws. Yeah. Like I don't, and again, we need to, I think one of the things that people talk about with dark woke is this understanding that, like, my entire life, I've known libs and Democrats who fuck with guns. Always have. Libs, Democrats, leftists. This idea, it's another thing that fucking Democrats and their, like, woke whinging in the post-Bush Obama era, they seeded these ideas to be the domain of conservatives, which was such a fucking mistake. Like, you can own a gun. You can be a responsible gun owner. And it's so frustrating to see people treat it like, again, like it's this issue that needs to follow along bipartisan lines, or like an issue that needs to follow along partisan lines, when it's a bipartisan issue. Do you want children to be shot in their schools? No? Okay, let's start doing more regulation. Let's start actually helping with mental health. And that's the thing that fucking actually pisses me off that we're going to see with this. I fucking guarantee it. Sorry, I'm getting heated up again. Is that we're going to see the same conservatives talk about and whinge about, well, what SSRIs were they on? What hormones were they on? What was the doctor giving them that made them do this? And it's like, what? You don't give a fuck. You don't want anybody to have any mental health care. People like Matt Walsh don't think it's real. Yeah, Dems letting the right own a monopoly over basic concepts and position is such a theme. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Cadishel, I think that's a good way to put it. You can't take guns away unless the culture changes. Yeah, and you know what? That's actually a really good way to say, I think, under the banner of, like, everything we've talked about, how do we push change forward? How do we create a more progressive society? How do we begin the actions of picking shit up? And how can we start doing that today? Is it comes from the culture needing to be changed. It is anything under that umbrella to push the culture towards a more progressive and equitable direction than it is now. I hope you can tune in for next stream to hear Fat, Washed, and Light and take on this. There might be. Hey, the day is young. What the fuck are you talking about? Banned racist algebra. Shut the fuck up, 3 hours ago. No. Yeah, tomorrow. No, you're right. You're right. God. Oh, look, Press for Truth is already 15 hours ago. You should really be fucking ashamed of yourself. Like I've taken a while to come around to putting my face on a lot of thumbnails to like do reaction type videos. But you should be fucking ashamed of yourself doing this YouTube clickbait bullshit, filming out of your car for 10 children being fucking murdered. Fuck off. All right, let's go first with the Guardians. Police were called to the home after they'd been called to the school by a female youth who was related to suspect and victims. Those killed at the school were a 39-year-old teacher, 3 12-year-old female students, and 2 male students aged 12 and 13. One victim was found in a stairwell. Others were located in the school's library. 2 firearms were recovered at the scene, a long gun and a modified handgun. Police are still working to determine their origins and role. Suspect had a firearms license that expired in 24 and did not currently have any firearms registered to her. The suspect had dropped out of secondary school about 4 years ago and was not currently a student there. No information to suggest that any of the victims were specifically targeted. Like I said, there's no justifying it in any way. But there's something that I think is so much darker and more horrifying when it's just random. You know, the idea that somebody can just get a gun and hold a grudge and come to a school and shoot a bully or shoot a teacher they don't like or something is horrifying enough. But we live in America and fucking Canada, apparently, under these constant threats that anybody at any time could just feel the whim to kill a stranger. Well, Cadishell, especially fucking now. Like, if there's something in Minneapolis that, well, I don't even know in Minneapolis, but like, if the U.S. government officially militarized, I'm not even talking about police. I'm not talking about what's happening in Minneapolis. I'm talking about like actually rolling tanks down the streets. Yeah, there's no way to, like, you would have to go full guerrilla warfare in suburbs, and that's the only way you could win. But that's the only way you could put up a fight. But even then, you were talking about an apparatus that has unlimited, like, we're talking about a military that could hack into every doorbell camera now. There are so many underlying issues with the idea that, like, well, this is, rise up against tyrannical government. And we know that's bullshit. Minneapolis has shown that. They don't actually fucking believe that. The people still yelling that from the rooftop don't fucking believe that. And I think that's where we need to go in addressing anything about gun culture in America, is that, like, okay, right now, gun culture is being propped up by lies, falsehoods, and half-truths, and lobbyists. So what can we do to help it actually serve, like everything else, the actual people of America? All right. Oh, let me read that really quick. Magar, I think for 5, the Dems don't actually want to fix gun issues because then we'd tell them to fix other things that are less horrible. Yeah. Like, hey, if they solve gun crime or gun control issues, like, what is Nancy Pelosi going to fundraise about, huh? Alrighty. Family residents on multiple occasions over the past several years dealing with mental health concerns. This included one police attendant to the home approximately 2 years ago where firearms were seized under the criminal code. The lawful owner of those firearms petitioned for them to be returned, and they were. Suspect was born a biological male who had started transitioning about 6 years ago and identified in public and on social media as a female. Suspect is believed to have acted alone. Don't have an idea what the suspect's motive was. Oh yeah, like they're already. Let's go to some of the other stuff. Cordon off 24 hours later. God. The victims were born in 2012 and 2013. Thank God, a majority of those injured did not sustain gunshot wounds. Good. It's a lot fucking easier to treat sprains and broken bones and people rushing in. I hope nobody was trampled too badly. But yeah, let's go to who do we want to go? Which shit stack do we want to look at first? The Tumblr Ridge shooter was a trans female from the National Post, or Hungarian conservative trans shooter kills 10 in Canadian school massacre. Let's go with Canadian. Like it literally, again, bodies did not stop drying before they had a narrative that they were going to go with. The blood didn't dry. Bodies weren't cold before they heard this and were fiending for another culture where, ooh, yes, we can use this. Ah, yes, of course, it wasn't a transgender. Let's not talk about how we vilify them. Let's not talk about how we don't fund mental health care. Let's not talk about the constant worsening of the world. How every system of government and information is being made worse. How all of our realities are constantly fracturing because of the bullshit being pushed online. Like, let's not address any underlying issues. Ah, yes, it must be that it's trans. Must be that it's somebody with a mental illness. I've never heard of the Hungarian conservative. Canadian police confirmed 10 deaths. They even, God, you such scum fucks. The shooter who also killed himself. Like they're even gonna really fucking misgender somebody. Transgender person identifying with she, her pronouns. 10 people have been dead. Police believe is connected to the shooting. A gun person instead of gunman. Yeah, because they. Oh my God, who the fuck is this? Alec Lance. Let's see, or Alec Lace. Let's see what's up with you, dude. Father for host of First Class Fatherhood. 50K followers, huh? Yeah, First Class Follower. Let me open this so everybody can see. First Class Fatherhood here with the AI fucking cover. God, I'm bummed you missed out on the Pinhead reboot. Pinhead's reboot, buddy. It's, you know, it's funny. Again, this is the narrative that's going to be moving forward. You're going to continue seeing this. Yeah, well, Jenna, to you, how come they don't say cisgender shooter? It's interesting how I know I am followed by hundreds of trans people, maybe thousands. I don't know all my followers on YouTube, on Twitch, on Twitter, on Blue Sky, on Instagram. And the circles I run in are filled with well-adjusted people from all walks of life. People who live in the upper class, people who are scraping to get by. That's generally where I go. People who have had all sorts of experiences. with mental health care, with abuse, with their transition, with their families. Some are supportive, some are not. Some have been abused, some have not. And it's amazing, of all the hundreds of people I know, how I can have normal conversations with them. How it just takes one person who had documented issues with mental health, who we do not know anything other than them being trans. And suddenly, the cause is found. Suddenly, oh, it's the fact that, yes, actually, their gender was being affirmed. Ah, you see. Okay, then why aren't there thousands and thousands of these mass shooters? Like, it's a very simple question. It's either the fact that affirming people's gender is ruining them and makes them violent somehow, because those two don't follow, or they have to admit they're fucking nitpicking here. And no, I believe they are fans. I believe they are trans. Oh, yeah, no, exactly. Digital mortality. Literally what I said about how Columbine was blamed on KMFDM instead of the real issues. Yeah. It's like people were fucking hand-wringing about Doom and Mortal Kombat back then. Translator, hey, Vesper, how you doing? I've been better. Fluvius, thank you for tier 1 for 3 months, and thank you for following over on Twitch. Reminder for everybody over watching on Twitch right now, we are trying to get to 10K followers, so be sure to hit the follow button. And if you would like, feel free to throw a subby our way. Jesus Christ. A gun per like again, how we have an epidemic of transgender violence. What the fuck is his thing behind him? Why does he have
pretending to be a girl?
What? Why does he have like Mike Lindell and Doug Collins and Dinesh D'Souza in his background? That's fucking what? That's fucking unhinged, dude. Uh, 17-year-old. Video from a deleted Reddit account, JesseBoy347, appears to show him firing a Desert Eagle at a shooting range. Posted to a subreddit titled Trans Guns. It is sickening how quickly they latch onto this, leading to the deaths of many, including children. 22-year-old Robin Westman killed 2 children, injured 17 members of the Catholic school community attending Mass in August 2025. So that goes against, including this part about the Westman story, textbook example of a regret case. That goes against your narrative, though. That means they agreed with you, ding dong. That they bought into the narrative that they had been brainwashed. Dipshit. Related articles. How woke ideology endangers society. I love how they're talking about an epidemic and they only have 2 examples here that they can actually cite. All right, let's go to National Post and see what these fuck-ups say about it. 5 trans people have been previously implicated in mass shootings, but U.S. organizations say they account for less than 1/10 of 1% of school shootings, of such shootings, despite being a larger portion of the population. Implicated is a very funny way to say that. Like, because you can technically be, like, for example, a trans person was implicated in the shooting of Charlie Kirk. They had some relationship to the shooter. RCMP on Wednesday identified blah, blah, blah. That's... I love how they can't even in their hate, they get it fucked up. Jesse was not a transgender female. Like, whatever. Female both socially and publicly. Confirmed that a total of 9 people died in the shooting. Van Roetelaar. All right, sorry, I'll read this. Canadian Goose, thank you for 20. There's a conservative politician named Tara Armstrong who's using this to advocate for conversion therapy before we knew anything about the perpetrators. Absolutely wild how desperate they are. Oh, I'm sure especially people in Canada have been chomping at the bit. Like, Canada has some wild conservatives that I feel like they want so badly to be American. Like, they see American conservatism as like having this big fun party instead of being a bunch of like obsessive, compulsive paranoiacs. What has been said about transgender people in mass shootings? Was this written by fucking ChatGPT? Chris Knight, sure. Yeah, here we go. The day after the shooting death of right-wing activist Charlie Kirk, Donald Trump Jr. said on the Megyn Kelly show, quote, I can't name, including probably like Al-Qaeda and the Taliban, a group that is more violent per capita than the radical trans movement. Let's just present that without literally any, just great. I could say the moon is made of cheese. That doesn't make it fucking true. Why are you presenting that as though it's literally anything? That's just nothing. What moves are the U.S.? What the fuck? What do you mean? You're Canadian. Limiting the rights to possess firearm. Yeah, great. Are transgender people responsible for many shootings? The organization Fact Check, citing figures from the Gun Violence Archive, the independent organization that tracks gun violence, noted that there are blah, 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 blah. Of those, GVA said there were 5 confirmed shooters, or fewer than 0.1% of 1%. Parenthetical, there have been 4 cases of mass shootings by females since 1982. Wow, so that seems like almost about the same? Crazy, dude. 5 by transgender people, GVA listed, included in March, Nashville, gay bar in Colorado Springs. If that's the one where the dude said he was non-binary, he wasn't. I cannot fucking believe that little shithead is still being mentioned in this. 2 in Colorado. Kind of seems like Colorado's the problem. Later identified as non-binary, category that overlaps. Fuck off! Overlaps with but is not identical to transgender. How that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything. Ninja Pirate, thank you for subscribing. This is like abysmal reporting. Even as slop, quote unquote, journalism rags go, this is dog shit. Transgender people account for 0.6. If the rate of mass shootings by trans people match their 2022 people, match their proportion, one would expect 34 cases between 2013 and 2025. Well, if that didn't happen, dude, so then it would be lower. There aren't. Using a slightly different definition of mass shootings. We used a different one, and found that 0.1% were committed by trans people compared to 2% by cisgender women and more than 97% by cisgender men. Quote, the overwhelming pattern is clear and consistent. Mass shootings are committed almost entirely by men. Yeah. I'm honestly surprised. This has to be AI because I'm surprised they had to fucking like reveal this at the end. Like the facts and figures that are trotted out every fucking time. All right. The Times, sure. Killed, 2 dozen injured. Born as a biological male. Yeah. It's like everybody should know how being trans works by this point. In 2021, Jennifer Strang promoted her child's YouTube channel, writing, quote, check out my oldest son, Jesse Strang, YouTube channel. He posts about hunting, self-reliance, guns, and stuff he likes to do. Wow, yeah, sounds like a real left-wing family. Like, look, I know gun culture in Canada is maybe a little bit different, but do we notice again? What was that thing that Tyler Robinson had? He had a family that gave him a gun as a gift. It almost, could it be an underlying problem with indoctrinating children into gun culture while also creating a world around them that sees violence as an acceptable outcome to any problem they're presented with? And then depriving them of any health care they might need to deal with the stresses of the world that are created around them? You know what? Who's to fucking say? Who's to say? Appeared to have changed the channel's handle from Jess Boy to Jess Uwu. The only remaining post on the channel, which features the transgender flag and lists she, her pronouns, was made 6 months ago and reads, I've been pretty aimless. On a Reddit account linked to... God, these fuckers. Teenager claimed to have been diagnosed with ADHD and OCD and had in 2023 been on antidepressants and on occasion antipsychotics. So that should tell you again that this was somebody who needed mental health care. And what do you want to bet? That it's going to come up that they had stopped taking their meds, their family didn't want them to take their meds, their family didn't agree with the transition, like any of these things. And I want to say that is not a justification. Straight up. This is an unjustifiable, indefensible action for anybody to take. That said, that is one thing you can hold as true. But you can also hold it as true that it has never been, regardless of if you're trans or not, it has never been a harder time to navigate the world having any kind of mental illness, trying to get diagnosed with anything, trying to find the proper treatment, being able to have a support network. People want so badly to have the simplest option, the simplest answer to the problems. So it is so much easier to look at a problem and say, oh, well, they did it because they're trans, instead of all of these compounding underlying issues. And then you wonder why this keeps happening. It's because these material issues are not being addressed. They're being ignored for culture war bullshit. Apprehended on different occasions for assessment and follow-up under the Mental Health Act. Deputy Commissioner said police had seized firearms from the home 2 years ago under criminal code. Lawful owner of those firearms petitioned for them to be returned, and they were. Again, seems like a problem. Seems like a couple lapses here. Said they were a quiet kid who was often sitting by herself in the corner. Asking advice how to... Wait. Oh, okay. The mother. Facebook. Strang. The mother suggested she may have struggled with behavioral issues. Strang is asking advice on how to deal with her children. Quote, I find at home she has at times where she can be very helpful and nice. Then other times she's pretty mean. That makes me think it's more of a me problem than her. So, first off, that's just being a teenager. Chat, I know we have some folks in chat who have raised, we have to have at least a couple who have raised kids through being teenagers or are in being a teenager, in the middle of being a teenager. Okay, Dead Domain, thoughts on going to Maple Stream to explain the trans aspect of the shooting and media coverage. He's Canadian, obviously would cover the story, be able to educate his chatters as a trans person, how this allows for more attack scenes. Maybe, but I don't know how to work out the details of that. I think the main problem is letting children go through gender affirmation. Underdeveloped minds and hormones should not be played with. You're done, bud. I mean, we've talked about it before. I talked about it most recently in the Asmongold video I put out, the stream highlights, so you can go check that out, where we go through the documentation of proper care practices. Hormones are almost never given to teenagers. If it is in cases of extreme dysphoria. This idea that like you can just walk in and get over-the-counter estrogen if you're feeling a little fruity one day it's not true. It's not happening. The idea that kids are out here getting surgeries at all, it's not happening. Care and therapy that improve people's lives, gave people hope folks wouldn't choose violence. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna push back on the framing of that because I understand what you're saying, but the idea of choosing violence, this isn't choosing violence. Like this is an unjustifiable choice. Like this is not a matter of come and take it. This is not a matter of don't tread on me. This is not like having to choose the hard way. This is somebody who had mental health issues that were untreated or were not properly treated, and that has now resulted in tragedy. Jenna too. I said my mom said I have anger issues when really it was just her that pisses me off. I mean that's what I remember my high school like being like. Bring it up to Maple, overrate him later. I'm sure DD could ask him in his chat if they want to do it. I'm good. This has been a really long stream today. I still have other stuff in editing I need to do today. So this is probably gonna be the last thing I do, and I also need to eat because I haven't eaten today. So, but yeah. I find it. We do have 4 kids, so maybe she feels like she isn't getting enough attention. She's very attached and somewhat territorial. Hashtag protect trans kids. She also posted on the account about Tyler Robinson. Why don't you say what was the post? Like again, I hate this willfully avoiding, just sidestepping the actual context here. What was the post? No, you're good. You're good, CM21. I just wanted to like I said, I knew what you were getting at. I just wanted to make sure that like it wouldn't be misconstrued by anybody else. You're good. Void Critter. Void Critter, the issue with mental health care in Canada, by the way, is they don't offer ongoing therapy. It's always limited and mostly only crisis care. And look, crisis care is important, but if you have a mental breakdown and you need to have a grippy sock vacation, you need follow-up treatment. You need therapy after that. And we are so incredibly underserved by that. It's ridiculous. Yeah, it's also Red Rabbit, like the idea that being trans feminine, it's so wildly antithetical to just the baseline of how science and biology and hormones work, that transitioning makes you more violent. Mental illness rarely causes people to do premeditated violence. It can be a stressor that can make it easier for someone to justify, but so can a lot of things. Wouldn't surprise me if there's a right-wing ideology at the heart of this. If you hate yourself, it's easier to hate everyone else. I think it's probably, like, you are right. Somebody who's schizophrenic does not just go off on a tangent like that. It is probably, yeah, it is probably a compounding of those things. Grippy sock vacation is the quaintest way to say psychiatrical. Yeah, that's what Koa calls it. Yeah, no, the opposite is true. E call me the fuck down. Yeah, so many people, like, if you notice among trans feminine people, and again, I say this as somebody who knows and is on estrogen, who knows so many trans people, both on the internet and in real life. It is a universal experience among them to experience a kind of clarity and understanding and equilibrium when you actually start figuring out your hormone levels. Like, it is, you, even when shit gets bad, when people talk about how important it is to receive transition care, it's not a fix-all. It's not. And trans people know this. Because you'll wake up one day when you've been transitioning and actually look in the mirror and like who you look, like who you are. You will feel better about yourself. You will see yourself in a way you've never seen yourself. You will feel at home in your own body. But that doesn't stop the rest of the world from still sucking, and sucking particularly for trans people. But you feel better equipped. It is when you've reached that mountaintop, when you have gone on that journey and crafted yourself through hard work, through effort, through time, it feels like such a weight off of your shoulders. And the idea that, like, estrogen makes you more aggressive, like that, messing with your biology and your chemistry is gonna just make, like, this is not how SSRIs work. It is not, like, it is, again, it's the peasant brain shit of just like, well, it must be demons. Like, that's what they might as well say. They might as well just be like the fucking, the crazies who run Trump's church, where they're like, these people are infested by demons. Like, ridiculous. Awesome. So I've been having so many more moments now where I look back and I'm just like, dang, girl, you're hot as hell. So fucking euphoric. Yeah. It's like people who aren't trans don't understand what it feels like to go through life feeling like you're living in a third-person camera, like feeling just detached from your literal sense of self. That's what transition care helps. Murican Chad, thank you for following. Mystic Drega, thank you for following. Since transitioning, I feel better in telling people off. Yeah, like there's a comfort that comes naturally. Lily EP girl, thank you for $5. Yes, I feel so much better about myself now, but House Study Bill 664 makes me so upset. As well it should. Strang posted last year, I'm glad I'm not far left or far right. Political extremism blinding by rage is mental. Describing herself as a conservative-leaning libertarian who lives in the North and loves living in a small town. Woof. So that's somebody who's probably more far right than they want to let on. What do we hear every time somebody opens their mouth and they're like, I'm not far right or far left. I just think we need to get rid of all the ones that have brown skin. Like that's so one of the things Mormons don't like, this is going to be a tangent. Mormons don't like talking about this, but racism is a deeply held, like, integral part of their worldview. Like literally they believe that the evil parts of humanity were given black skin. They call them Lamanites and shit, right? And they don't like to come out and admit that for pretty obvious reasons. Because once you actually kind of admit what you believe, or what you are specifically talking about, you're kind of like, oh, okay, no, I get it. No, I get it. I get it. That's what I just had like a weird flashback where I was like, oh, okay, no, I get it. No, that was not the shooter. That was the shooter's mother talking, which again gives you a little bit of an insight into that. New York Post. Recent psychiatric care. Rough. Oh, fuck off. Well, hold on. You might have a I doubt it, but this line gives me hope. Too many try to explain away mass shootings and fit them into an ideological framework. Like there's something there. There's something true there. Let's see if this person, I'm writing for National Post, because that is technically true. I've talked about this all the time. Anytime there's an outbreak of mass violence, it is foolish to look at what we have today. We just spent hours talking about divergent realities and different measures that should be taken in educating populaces, because we are at this all-time low of understanding the media, yet being forced to go through these media tunnels every waking moment of our lives. So everything about us is cataloged and kept and sold back to us through algorithms, all this other bullshit. I don't need to reiterate. And so the idea that every time, it's one of the things that really, really pisses me off about conservatism is the fact that a trigger is not even done being pulled. The gunman is barely dead before any conservative is ready to politicize the conflict in one way or another. Whether it's completely denying culpability when they inevitably find some chud manifesto, or whether it's to completely blame a minority group, whether it's Latino people or trans people or whatever. And the frustrating part of it is that every time you look into these stories, without fucking fail, there is something completely mixed up, upside down, turned around about these people's ideology that makes it clear, oh, not only were they struggling with mental health, but they felt no recourse. They felt no hope. They had no help in one way or another. So with that being said, I think this guy, we'll fucking see. I don't want to give him too much credence. But I'm going to go feed Miss really quick. She's yelling at me, and then I will be right back. Oh yeah, feed me a stray cat. Every time man, Mormonism, I still need to do, maybe come the summer when I want to do another deep dive research piece. Because I've been talking about it for years, doing a weird deep dive into the origins of Mormonism, because there is some, it's fucking insane how such an obvious cult grift has been given so much legitimacy. Like if you want, how often do I feed my cat? Well, since she's a little bit older and she has no toofs, I kind of just feed her not whenever she's begging, but a lot of the time when she's begging. So she's getting old. She eats, it's a lot of wet food that she'll pick at and then eat more of. So I don't know, 3, 4 or 5 times a day, probably. And it's usually, so I don't give her a full serving is the thing. I give her one like small spoonful that she'll pick at, and go from there. But it's like also, since she lost her teeth and eating was a little bit harder for her, she lost a lot of weight. So I've been trying to, and she's been gaining it back a little bit, but I've been trying to just make sure she has enough fat in her diet, with those. Koa and I call it her goop, where it's just like tin cans and stuff. No, it's fucking God. Mormonism is wild when you have just this barely literally somebody said in the chat, a snake oil salesman forming like posses of people, like basically running a gang operation. It's fucking wild. All right. Both teachers and parents see the future. Mass shooter took the lives of 8 people, injured more than 24. Early report he was confused. A person who identifies as a trans woman. Regardless of details, some people inevitably try to humanize the actions of mass shooters. These attempts have to be resisted to... no matter the life story or the politics attached, to do so would be to normalize evil. No, motherfucker, you... The habit of empathizing and trying to understand perpetrators can quickly evolve into a silent form of surrender. What makes people think that the price of life in a society is sharing emotional labor with those who want to destroy it? It's not. Like, because nobody goes through life. Like, here, the problem is that you see somebody going through a crisis as just evil. That it's a zero-sum equation where the only reason somebody would resort to rampant violence is because they are at their core, they're just a bad person. Like, you see everything in these shades of black and white. But yeah, exactly. Porcelain giant, like I talked about earlier, this doesn't happen in a vacuum. They didn't go through their life just being like purely evil. You don't have to, Void Critter, thank you again, fucking setting it up perfectly. You don't have to empathize with somebody to address systemic issues. Like, empathy is not what you're doing. You do not need to empathize. You do not need to sympathize in order to study something and try to find the root of why it happened, why it continues to happen, why there are these patterns and trends. Like, it... Yeah, trying to understand something isn't approval. For now, it is enough to mourn the dead. Sure. But okay. But that's just a way of saying thoughts and prayers. Now is not the time for, like, that's what this is. Now is not the time for politics. It's like, okay, so we're going to thoughts and prayers our way to the next mass shooting. Take it from a fucking American. I've seen this shit happen. Like, this might be a novel take in Canada when you don't have mass shootings and rampant open violence all the time. But in the wild fucking West down south, we got to deal with this shit. And this is a incredibly familiar refrain. I know the notes by heart. Oh, Polytechnique, Jesus. It is tempting to try and treat atrocities as an opportunity to psychoanalyze perpetrators, even to the point of turning them into some sort of twisted protagonist. This is very common in true crime documentaries that delve into the past and motivation, blah, blah, blah. Long profiles of shooters. Luigi Mangione has been turned into a folk hero. Well, that's a little bit different. What the fuck? Why is Hassan here? Okay, I'm trying to draw me a fucking line between these two, please. Examining ideology, addictions, and personal reasons to try and make Michael Zahaf Bibeau, who shot Canadian soldier Nathan Cirillo in 2014. Then you go to Luigi Mangione. And then in 2019, popular Twitch streamer Hassan tried to frame the 9/11 attacks as something the United States deserved, after which he only wanted, which he didn't say that. Like, there is a, speaking of pushback, it's called blowback, dickhead. Like, things are inevitable. When you ruin so much of the economy and culture of places overseas, like, guess what? People are going to want to fucking shoot it back at you. Whatever. Mental illness has found just a small proportion of mass shootings are caused by mental illness. Really? Really? Many of these killers are coherent. They might speak and behave normally. They're not generally psychotic characters of fiction. Jesus Christ. Okay, fuck you, Jeff Russ. New York Post is fucking a bit, like, again, 15 hours ago, gun person in a dress. They had this fucking locked down. They had their narrative decided the second it came out.
Reporting for Press for Truth with breaking news. A mass shooting event has just taken place in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia. 10 people are confirmed dead, one of them being the shooter, with 25 other people who are injured. Some of them are in critical condition, so the death toll may still be rising. Now, early reports indicated that this individual killed a few people at their...
It's adorable watching. It's been a minute since we saw a car video, chat. Like, man, it's been, Blanche, this is how I get all my news. It's adorable watching somebody try to project the air of a broadcast journalist or somebody with any kind of credentials while just literally holding their phone in their car. That's crazy.
Home. They then moved on to their school to inflict as much damage as possible. And now, sadly and tragically, 9 people, including them, are dead. And instantly, emergency alerts started going out onto people's cell phones in the area. Here's an example of what we've seen coming out of from the police there in Tumbler. This message says, "Be on the lookout for the suspect, who is a female in a dress with brown hair." And I had to chime in as soon as I saw this, saying, I'm willing to bet that female should be in quotes. And then sure enough, guys, locals started posting stuff like this. "Hi, everyone. My name is Anna. I'm from Tumbler, but I moved here a few months ago, and I'm going to say this is the biggest tragedy that I've ever seen in my life. This young man dressed up as a girl killed his mom and his kid brother and sister, then decided he was going to go to the high school to make a scene there." And exactly what I feared, it looks like that's being confirmed now. That a young, mentally deranged individual who thinks...
I can tell, just, and again, I'm watching this because I really want to show how disingenuous the framing will be for all this stuff. It doesn't take a sentence before they know they're trans, so they are deranged. Already, that tells you everything you need to know about how seriously they take this, how seriously they take mental health care, how seriously they take actually caring for people and trying to prevent the underlying issues here.
That they are in the wrong body has done the unthinkable. And honestly, I'm
Are driver's seat phone videos exclusive to right-wing Facebookers and YouTubers? I don't know about exclusive, but it is yeah, like you get a lot of people who don't have an understanding of like polish or craft or, the baseline of things that usually make videos like research. And they kind of just go like, yeah, I could just sit in my truck and talk about the transes and the blacks and all the things that bother me. Burp, burp, burp.
I'm livid right now, yet also not surprised that this happened in British Columbia, because we have a mental health problem here. We have young girls who think they can be boys. We have young boys who think that they can be girls. We have adults and teachers and counselors and doctors affirming the delusions of these people. And
you'll notice whenever they talk about this shit, it's just rattling off the exact same talking points. There is nothing underpinning this. There's no personal opinion. There's no research or reading he's done independently that will go against the grain on what is the established TERF transphobe line online. It's going to be like let me tell you. It's going to be defending women's spaces, cutting off breasts, giving preteens, teenagers access to hormones, life-changing surgeries. I guarantee I've got to watch here. I'm counting 60 seconds until we hear the word mutilation, right? I would love to prove me wrong, buckaroo. What else do we got? What are some of the classics? Locker rooms, beating up girls in sports. Yeah, it's gonna be the hits. It's gonna be the hits.
When you are told all your life that you are born in the wrong body and that you can just change yourself with cosmetics and surgery, and then one day you realize that I'm never going to be this thing that they said that I can actually be, well, guess what? Some of them are going to go postal. Some of them are going to suffer from that psychological torment that has been inflicted on them, some since childhood, And it's going to turn into tragedies like these. I mean, in British Columbia, we have something called SOGI 123 that's taught to kindergarteners, kids as young as 4 and 5 years old. SOGI 123 stands for Sexual Orientation Gender Identity. And again, kids as young as 4 and 5 years old in BC.
Let's look this up. Chat, my Canadian homies, let me know. Oh, this sounds wonderful. God, I wish we had this. Oh, could you imagine the meltdowns Americans would have if they had this? Woo! All right, gender expression, the way a person communicates gender identity to others. Gender identity, person's internal sense of being a man or a woman or anything in between. Orientation and attraction, term to describe sexual and or romantic attraction to others. And sex, the labels male, female, or intersex, given to someone at birth based on their body parts. Yeah. What the fuck? Yeah. That's just an incredible, like, dog, you should take some of the education that they're giving out to children, because I think that would help you understand things. It seems like that's about your level of cognition and understanding anyway.
Schools are taught that they can potentially be born in the wrong body, and that you can change the sex that you were biologically born as if you, just take drugs and chop your body parts off. Then you will be the real you.
What'd I tell you, John?
And we're supposed to not think that this is going to lead to some of them, not all, obviously, but some of them who are going to become so enraged with the fact that they're never going to be what they told they could be, and then they snap.
Again, I love how you'll see all of these pre-cemented narratives where, okay, because it's a trans person, again, can't be mental health issues, can't be anything having to do with that, not being able to access proper mental health care, or lapses in the checks around them and the mental health checks around them, or conservative attitudes from their family. It could be any of the myriad reasons that would put pressure on somebody. Like, there's no other underlying causes here. It has to be, let me make up a elaborate story about how, it's sick fucking fan fiction is what it is. It's the shit Alex Jones does, where he talks about liberal. Like, Alex Jones goes on these rants and tangents where, you know what? Let's actually go to. I bet Alex Jones probably doesn't want to talk about PAM BONDI today. What is it? We got. It's the Alex Jones Network now. No. Where the fuck do you even watch it? Is it on? Jesus Christ. It's not InfoWars. Oh, I guess it is InfoWars. Most censored news broadcast in the world. Sure, buddy. The most powerful moments from AG. That's fucking wild, dude. All right. Well, it's not InfoWars. What the fuck is it? It's not, what the fuck was the other one? Chat. Meredith Navin, thank you for $5. Terrible joke. Head of Secret Service was just knighted. His name is now Surveillance. Haha. There we go. Band.video. video. Okay, they already have. About the female gun person. Look, they already fucking have a video. Of course they do. Oh, that was... This guy is on InfoWars. This asshole is on InfoWars, I guess. Yeah, this seems about the level of about the level of InfoWars.
Alright guys, I just wanted to shoot this quick video to address something. When this incident initially happened, the police put out a emergency alert to people's cell phones. And they said that the suspect was a, quote, female in a dress. The police then went on the record to refer to the shooter as a gun person, doing everything.
Yeah, because gunman is inaccurate. It's just blatantly inaccurate. Like, that's how language works, you fucking moron. This is what people are going to be twisting. Like, these people, I've already seen them be more mad about this than the fact that 9 children were killed. All right, well, that's boring. What the fuck is Alex doing with his day? Wait. Social Contagion. Was this Kelsey Sharon? Who the fuck is Kelsey Sharon? War Room. Medical community, a family of trans BC school shooter could have prevented. Canada will blame guns and psychedelics. Sure, dude.
It's a social contagion, and we are seeing this take over our...
So, literally a couple seconds in, I get social contagion propaganda. Let's go. Let's go, chat. Canadian Goose, thank you for $20. As a non-binary person living in BC, this is making me so fucking scared for the inevitable in-person backlash. I look pretty masked, but I'm starting to paint my nails and grow my hair out. I have a trans hoodie I wear also. Please don't travel alone and be careful. Be careful, find your community. And that goes literally for wherever you are.
Next generation of children. So I'm very hard pressed to say, I don't know that, I don't believe personally this would be psychedelics. I think this is adding insult to injury. I believe this was already a big problem, whether it was through pharmacology, whether it was through bad psychiatry, whether it was parents and everyone else affirming. I think that he was already on a slippery slope. Do I think he would have maybe acted out if he didn't lean into psychedelics? When I see somebody like this trying to find a cure for themselves, leaning into psychedelics because they feel hopeless.
Again, there's no way, unless they're going to talk about like some diary that nobody else has fucking found, there's no way for them to know this shit. It is. So I pulled up Alex Jones because Alex does the same thing that we were just watching that other asshole do on YouTube, where it's sick fucking, it's fan fiction. That's what it is. It is taking real tragedy that is happening to real people instead of waiting for facts. They devise their little narratives and they play with these ideas like these people are fucking action figures that they could just go like they cannot even just wait. They cannot acknowledge that there might be ulterior designs, problems around the periphery of an issue. It needs to immediately be them commodifying tragedy and murder as little fucking action figures. Talking about like, well, when I see this, what do you mean when you see this? What the fuck do you mean when you see this? What have you seen? A couple other right-wing jagoffs talking about how, oh, the police were afraid to misgender her. And you're over here pontificating about, like, obviously this is somebody who was really trying to, they were taken advantage of by the pharmaceutical industry, and the parents were affirming this and that and the other. Like, none of that fucking bears out from the shit we've seen. God. Yame Umex, thank you very much for 50. This is for if or when you want to break from the nonsense to gush about Lorman Eclipsed. I decided to build High Perfect Morkant today. She's so mommy. She is so mommy. I have, every week I've been building Morkant and Marlin. Well, I haven't built, but I love them both. Marlin is so much fucking fun. Flash Fairies was not an archetype I knew I wanted, but oh, it's working for me. And Morkant is also, yeah, Morkant's mommy. It's fucking crazy. I start the new episode of Pod to Talk with Bugs talking about Morkant's art, which is crazy.
That tells me that the system has failed them, because I know that's what I did. So I believe this is much deeper.
And you turned out so great over here on InfoWars, obviously.
Deeper than just psychedelics. I believe this is a polypharma situation. I believe this is a lack of control in the family unit. And I think that based on what we've seen now from the police, this family was known as with this child with mental health issues. He wasn't in school anymore. He had been transitioned for several years. So I'm very careful to say that, again, psychedelics in the right set and setting with the right integration, not on pharmaceutical drugs, with the right candidate, is a safe option for.
Now, for those wondering about psychedelics, which I guess they had talked about, the shooter had talked about, you know, taking shrooms or something at some point. If you're wondering why they are so, they are hammering on the psychedelic point, is because InfoWars and the people around them still hold out their ideas as being libertarians, which means, among other things, people's right to get high shall not be infringed. So the two of the things they really hold close to. Most everything else is pretty fucking malleable, but the two things that they really hammer home are guns and drugs. That's what they're saying. They are not talking about SSRIs or depression medication or antidepressants or antipsychotics or any generalized actual mental health care. What they're probably talking about is quack pharmaceuticals. The type of shit that you can buy, or just Burning Man type shit.
The majority of people, if you are not already diagnosed.
Speaking of which, yeah, when you go just literally scroll down, we've got just nothing but ads. Nothing but ads. Powerful supplements get 50% off for life-saving big on my ultimate sea moss capsules with bladder rack and burdock root. These capsules are loaded with delicious and powerful natural ingredients for your body needs. Like, it's just that what it is. That's what it is. Subscribe, save, and power your mitochondria 50% on ultramethylene blue liquid and ultramethylene blue capsules. Rad, dude. Whoa, there's a oh, the Flesh and Blood, there's a release. I'm like, fucking Abigail Schreier, of course you wretched cunt would show up here. I thought you were talking about Turtles releasing, and I'm like, ain't no fucking way.
But in saying that, with somebody like this young, and having this much in his system, it's not a shock that his brain finally went, because that is an awful lot to put on a young brain and a young frontal lobe.
Well, it's obviously a very difficult day for the nation this morning. Parents, grandparents, sisters, brothers.
No, War Room is the show with Owen Schroyer, I believe. Yeah, War Room is just like a show on InfoWars, which they're all it's all the same shit. It's all the same assholes.
In Tumbler Ridge, we'll wake up without.
Have I actually researched libertarian ideology, or do I just regurgitate something I saw elsewhere? I guarantee you I know more about libertarian ideology than most fucking people. Oh yeah, not Owen Schroyer. Who's the other? It's not Owen. Owen's the thick neck beardo. Who? It's the skinny little soy boy. Hold on, let me see. It's not Chase Harrison Smith. That's the one. I thought it was Chase Geyser. It's not. Did Owen go back to? No. Owen fucked off. Owen fucked off. He's doing his own thing, I think, over on Rumble. I can't imagine that dude has any like real fans to go for. Meredith Navin, thank you for 5. Another better terrible joke. Why don't the blind skydive? It scares the crap out of their dog. I've heard that one somewhere. That's a cute one though. Libertarian ideology, you mean? Atlas shrugged. Oh boy. I was considering. I was looking back through like kind of larger projects I could do for movie reviews, and I briefly considered doing the. I might. Maybe I will. There was that dog shit Atlas Shrugged trilogy that came out a while ago. Man, Man. What happened to Paul Joseph Watson? He's still out there. He's fucking around. He's doing his own shit on YouTube. But like, I think after the Sandy Hook stuff, he started to separate more from Alex Jones because he got deposed and talked about how he told Alex like, "Hey, don't do this shit." And Alex was like, "Well, we're making lots of money on this." Blah, blah, blah. The pro Mr. House Couriers, probably. I think we all had a libertarian phase. We're not proud of it. Yeah. Well, most people grow out of it, though.
Someone they love.
No, exactly. Horticia. Libertarianism was great when the entire premise was leave people the fuck alone. Yeah. Like most other ideologies, it has moved further and further right along the spectrum that we're on now. So, like, people who were libertarian, quote unquote, were libertarian around the difference between libertarians 15 to 20 years ago, where it would be people fucking off and talking about like some conspiracies and stuff, but ultimately they probably just wanted to be left alone, smoke their weed, have their guns, and live life, laugh, love, let everybody else do whatever you want. If you want to marry a gay guy, I don't give a fuck. Like, that brand of libertarianism is long fucking gone. Like, it has been consumed by this new, more right-wing, more authoritarian, appealing version of libertarianism. And it's hard to say where that really started, but like some overlap with shit from like why do all of them know the fucking age of consent in states and stuff? Like that's what they are known for now, right? They're known for being pedantic. They are known for being well, actually type people. And yeah, Mr. Chuck Grape, open Nazis.
Nation mourns with you. Canada stands by you. I want to thank and pass on a number of world leaders who've reached out directly to me in solidarity and compassion. France, United Kingdom, His Majesty himself, Norway, Finland, India, United Arab Emirates, many others. The world is with you.
It really is. If you've never read Atlas Shrugged, it's really, Atlas Shrugged is perfect to read when you're in your high school libertarian phase, and then read 10 years later and being like, fuck, man. Like, it is the objectivism bullshit is so like, oh no, they just poorly wrote a book that was about how cool and awesome and right they were and how wrong everybody else was. It's the proto form of the books that would be written by Ben Shapiro and Glenn Beck and all that shit.
Have spoken to Premier Eby. Minister of Public Safety has been engaged, as have many Canadian officials over the evening. Minister of Public Safety is en route to British Columbia. He and the Premier will be visiting the community. All assistance, obviously, will be offered. We thank the first responders, the teachers, the staff, the residents, for everything that they've done in this terrible situation. On the advice of the clerk of the Privy Council and Heritage Canada,
his gender as a her. Northern community having guns. It's about a broken system that cuts.
Adorable. The Kelsey Sheeran perspective. This is so funny. Maid/life and death policy power politics. Host of the Kelsey Sheeran perspective. 18.7K followers. It's always funny when InfoWars has people on who have less followers than I do on Twitter. Like, granted, my followers go up, but like, man, what a good, like, oh, okay. Oh, yeah. What's going on with Candace Owens? Oh, wait. Conservatives still believe in spiritual forces. Yeah. Wonder if reading Atlas Shrugged is actually useful in enriching context for analyzing Bioshock. Atlas Shrugged isn't like a super long book, but I would still say if you are a die-hard BioShock fan, maybe. Because there is a lot of even down to Andrew Ryan, Ayn Rand, there's a lot of shit. Atlas, obviously. But BioShock is so much more critical, and also if you were to write a book out of BioShock, it would be so much more entertaining. It's boring. So much of that book is fucking just talking about shit that ugh. Yeah, honestly, you can kind of just play BioShock instead of reading it. Read the fucking Wiki, and I don't recommend this for most books, but read the Wikipedia entry and the summary. Read a Cliff's Notes of it and play BioShock. You could probably get to about the same value as it, because it's just it's legitimately the thing about that. I'm glad there's been such a retroactive disdain for Atlas Shrugged is that the thing about it is literally not worth critical analysis. It's just not that good. It's just not a good book. At a pure level, removing the ideology. Well, you can't really remove the ideology. The ideology is part of why it's not good, because you could just feel Ayn Rand tapping away at how awesome she thought all the cool characters were. It is a book entirely made by somebody blinded to any problems in their ideology.
Children's breast off, social transitions them, provides hormone blockers, and says now they're fixed. Our children are not okay.
This shit makes me laugh so much. I love it whenever they do this. This, by the way, anytime Alex Jones is sitting there with his, I got a stack of documents here, folks. We're going to talk about it all today. This is his stack of documents. This is what it looks like, dude. This is what all of InfoWars does. This is their research, dog. It is printing off somebody else's fucking tweets. Avalon of Babylon dialogue is so hard to write just as a component because you need to keep readers engaged in the scene. Sometimes, what the fuck do I put in all the... I mean, you talk about what the characters are feeling. You talk about what they're going through. You talk about the motions they take in a scene. You break it up with observations, too. That's another thing, brief writing tip, but that helps to passively create characterization, will be observations from characters. So if you're in, first person... having the character look at somebody's shoes. If you want them to be uptight, prissy dickhead, they could talk shit about somebody's shoes in between a conversation line. Or if you want them to be, slightly more caring or more empathetic, you could talk about them noticing the lines under somebody's eyes, or how tired they look, or they haven't been getting much sleep, or they have a tremor in their hand. Really subtle stuff like that is what you do to kind of pad that out, because it's not just you shouldn't treat it as padding. What you're doing is illuminating the character better, right? So yeah, sorry, I'm getting into a writing class mode. Sorry.
And apparently this
just the writing advice I've been given and that I would give others is do not see needing to expand as a chore, right? Because I would say at that, just cut out that paragraph. Cut out those paragraphs, start over again. Because what you should be seeing it as an opportunity to draw people in more. That's what it should be.
Monster, before killing the kids in the school, shot his mother and his brother and sister, who also affirmed his gender as a her. Even the Associated Press is affirming her.
What? This is Al Borland on a coke binge. Unbelievable that they... I just wish they would go full Dave Rubin or full Matt Walsh and Tucker Carlson do the fucking cabin faux cosplay country bumpkin bullshit. Because what are we doing here? What are we doing here?
Gender. So I'm bringing on Kelsey Sharon right now. She's a combat veteran and a mental performance coach, and she's the host of the Kelsey Sharon Perspective and best-selling author, and she writes extensively on Substack of the Medical Overreach. Kelsey, how are you doing today?
Hey, thanks so much for having me.
Yeah. And normally you're talking about people trying to kill old people into life prematurely, but now we've got this going on, and, you know.
Yeah, these guys, I just can't stand these things. They don't have the juice that Alex does.
I think
like as insofar as Alex has any juice. Adderall Lynn just got back into writing. I actually did like a full scene in something I've been working on, had strong characterization in my mind for 2 characters, and it was so fun. Yeah, and I say that because this has been at the front of my mind as I've been going through and been writing Cathode, and I've been going through and I'm finally wrangling it into a place where I'm really happy with it and adding a lot of characterization to kind of flesh more things out. So that's just kind of been at the front of my mind. All right, sorry. Alrighty, chat. Let's go see who we're gonna go raid today. I've had about enough of this, but also I am very tired and very hungry, and I need to go get some food with Koa, my partner, who I miss very much. So if you, by the way, if you would like to help us get lunch today, it would be super cool and super appreciated. Donate at the Ko-Fi link. That being said, thank you to everybody who's been watching all day. Like I said, we are going to be doing longer streams like this, especially as more stuff comes up. We're going to go over, say hi to... Oh, man. We do not have... All right, Hassan doesn't need the views. We are going to go say hi to friend of the show, Char Lanazard. So go say hi. Go. I can't raid Peden Awesome Stella. Peden has raids off, and it's a whole thing. I don't want to talk about it. I love Peden, by the way. I don't want to make it sound like, oh, there's something I don't like them. I do. I love Peden. It's an issue with my login. I don't want to talk about it. It's a whole thing. Somebody asked me, Digital Mortality, what's my stream schedule like? I'm going to be streaming more towards the middle of days on Wednesday and Friday, but my stream schedule is Monday, Wednesday, Friday currently. And I will be going more into Sunday. Sunday, Koa and I are going to be back on our bullshit playing Mass Effect. And thank you very much. I saw somebody, Fanic, pretty good introduction. Thank you. I'm glad to have you here. Always glad to have new people. And as always, thank you very much. If you haven't liked, follow, subscribe, do all the things, check out the new stream highlight, Floating Rocks video. Hoping to have out by next week. I know I keep saying that, but I will. Might not have seen some super chats. Oh, there we go. There we go. So sorry. Megar, thank you very much for $5. Atlas Shrugged doesn't seem long, but then you realize every time you read 10 pages, the book gets 20 pages thicker. That was my memory of it. A good book, even if a good book, it's hard. I'll go on a fucking tangent with reading because I got back and I started reading. Somebody recommended it to me. I think it was last year. I started reading it. There is no anti-memetics division because I wanted something more contemporary before I go into the Fort Bragg cartel because that's gonna be a rough one. But yeah, really good. Mirek Shard, thank you for $2. The fuck is that title? That's an entire paragraph. They got to get all the buzzwords in there. If they don't get all the buzzwords in there, how will you know what to be mad about? Anyway, have a great rest of your night, and thank you all. Go say hi to Char Lanazard, friend of the show, friend of the channel, and we will see everybody